Good morning, folks. Back at it again with an empty table, or so it looks. Of course, we got lots of things on here, just not visible. So, had a really successful day yesterday painting. And I don't think that I actually spent that much time actually painting, and still was successful. So, these two are complete. These two T28s. And they're just plastic little primo things. Good morning, Barnes. So we finished these two and we sealed them with the new, I should write down what the name of the product is, Vallejo Matte Airbrush Varnish. And it's really amazing that, first of all, it has no smell. And you can spray it so light through the airbrush that by the time you spray it on this end and then turn this and spray it and then do this side and come back to here, by the time you get back, you can give it another coat. So this stuff works really well. I don't know how durable it is, but it is a lot better than using that toxic rattle can stuff that just makes a mess. You know, it makes a mess and it goes everywhere and smells bad. So anyhow, I am 100% sold on air. So these are the first vehicles I've used an airbrush on. Now, I didn't use the airbrush for the green. We're still doing that the standard way. And I'm really happy with how it turns out. So we're going to keep doing it that way until it doesn't work for me anymore. But because I feel like a lot more control with the brush than I do with the airbrush. I'm a noob, and the airbrush will still clog on you. Now, the difference is I can unclog it now. This is a quality airbrush that I don't get angry at, and it's fixable. And it does a good job also, so. But I can see how some people only airbrush when they have like a lot of things to do. They wouldn't want to airbrush like one little thing because they got to clean it. And, you know, I guess it's kind of the equivalent of going to the gun range and only shooting out one magazine. It's like you don't want to go to the gun range and just do that because you still have to clean it afterwards. We don't have to, but, you know, you should. So, that's where we're at. We've got the two bases done for them. I mean, well, not done. The goop is done on them. So we're going to paint that. We're going to have to do the hop around again, unfortunately. I would like to just finish these guys and go on to something else, but we're going to have to hop around to keep the ball moving. So we're going to base these in the tricolor, and then stick these guys on here. And one thing I did get yesterday was I went to the store and I picked up. Well, this is what's next. This is the next big tank. This next is the T35. You can see this is 1/87th scale, and it's still huge. So just imagine how much bigger it would actually be if it was the same scale of each other. So I don't have a problem using these big models. However, I ran into an issue that I had forgotten about. Good morning, Marcus. One thing I've forgotten about this is that I don't have this material, which is basically a shim. Is a hard stop on this length. All the ones that I have are this length. So there's a reason why they're this size, because that's as long as they'll go. Now, I don't have a problem that they kind of have an overhang a little bit, because it is just kind of a way for them to attach to the carrying case. But something like this, as you can see, this length isn't going to work. So it looks extremely awkward. So I'm like, hey, let's do this next. And I'm like, oh, wait, I don't have a stand that fits long enough. Because even these guys, there's a little bit of an overhang. And I'm okay with that. But this is just, that's why I haven't worked on any Panthers, Tigers, etc. The JS2, the JSU, they're too long. So I've got to solve what I'm going to use for this, and I would like to find an equivalent material in black. This thing is basically impervious to anything. It's used to put concrete on as a concrete shim, so it can hold 20 elephants standing on each other's head. So it's not going to flex or anything. So I'd like to find something equivalent to that. I don't want to use wood because then we have a problem rounding the corners and stuff like that. So to be continued. But anyways, I had forgotten about that until after I had done all this. It's not a problem that is going to be permanent, so it wasn't as memorable in my head as it might have been. So let me move this off to the side and show you something else that I got. Now that I am a airbrusher, kind of. It's not. I don't see it ever taking over this shit. I've got this down. I've got 35 years of experience and really happy with how this turns out. And let's zoom out a little bit so I can get this out, because it is kind of a tall thing. And I got one of these things because I'm dealing with a bunch of turrets that are a pain to paint. And they're just little alligator clips that come on. It comes as this item, and there's the base for it. I went ahead and got both of these. And, I airbrushed these with the Vallejo black primer, polyurethane primer, and it worked really well to not get stuff all over me. So, anyways, these are kind of waiting in the wings, and like I said, I wasn't concerned about anything until I realized the T35 won't fit on a base. That's probably not going to keep me from painting it next. I just won't be able to 100% finish it. So anyhow, we've got the T35 to do. We got to dry brush this in the base green, and that way we can give it the Agrax Earth shade. That's one thing we have to do, and that's going to take some drying time. This is going to take some drying time, painting this the chocolate brown, letting it sit so that it ends up looking like this. This is the one for the martyr. So we got the martyr to base on there. So we got a couple little pieces of things to finish up. So the one that's going to take the longest to dry is actually going to be these. So I'm going to go ahead and paint these in the chocolate brown first. So that's where we're going to start this morning off. And let's see if we can get this in a position that kind of works. Use this. It's handy that things are magnetic. All right. I was trying to squeeze the everlasting bit of life out of this chocolate brown. I know I have another one. I just have to find it. So bear with me for a moment. That's leather brown. Even though I have this, I say this is organized. Oh, look, there it is. Right where it should. I couldn't find it yesterday when I was doing the two for the martyr. So let me make sure there's no vestiges left of this thing. But more Soviets today. I found out a few days ago that I am not a huge fan of Osprey books, only because I don't get to decide what illustrations they put in them. Sometimes they're like, really, why did you have an illustration of that instead of something else? A perfect example is the Alexander the Great book that, was illustrated by the great Angus McBride. Who was it that told me this week that said they didn't like Angus McBride's artwork? I couldn't believe it. Angus McBride's stuff is awesome. And where my coffee goes down here. But the book on Alexander that he did, probably in the early 80s, I'm guessing, shows Alexander's troops in doing every single thing except what you would do if you had toy soldiers. They're not fighting or anything. As a matter of fact, I think all of them are barefoot. I'm like, that's not what I got Alexander's book for, Show some of them in like a pike formation or, doing something at Gargamella or something. Nope, none of that shit's in there. All right, we're going to call this one Kaput. But Angus McBride, man, he passed away about the time I started getting into ancients and stuff, so that's how I found out about him. But anyways, I found out that they're coming out in the end of May, a book on six. This is what happens to your brush when you run it across this rough surface. I'm gonna call this one Kaput 2. Let's see if we can get another one of these. And maybe one of these the flat bladed brushes aren't as useful. Vinyl floor tiles may be an option for basing. Yeah, the problem is they're brittle. I'll figure something out. The problem is this comes from a place that doesn't sell to the public. So, and it's kind of a product that our company doesn't use anymore. Because I don't mind paying for them, Especially that I know it's the right product for this. I'm gonna break this thing in to doing this. I don't mind paying for stuff as long as it's good value and it's the right thing. Studio. Wolf Game Store, welcome back. From Malaysia. How are things hanging out there? So anyways, I found out that they were making a book on, it's called The Tanks of Bagration. So that's Operation Bagration. That was basically, it's actually more, I think it's more well known as Destruction of Army Group Center. In June 1944, the same time as the Normandy landings, the Soviets did a full-scale assault in the middle of their front and just caused all kinds of problems for the Germans. And it's called Tanks of Bagration, so hopefully it'll be some inspiration for tanks or whatever, but I've got 8 or so T-34-85s, and I think after I get that book will be the time to work on them. Maybe I'll get some inspiration for maybe how some of them look. And of course, I say that and then I won't end up getting any of it. But regardless, that's on my radar. So maybe that'll be the time. Early summer will be when I work on my T-34-85s, which I think are a very attractive tank. For a Soviet vehicle anyways. The Soviets are still miles behind everybody except maybe the Americans on appearances. Just meaning, camouflage schemes. They didn't do much. So, but I'm really happy with how they look, how these have turned out. And I am going to have some camouflage Soviet tanks, but they're going to be mostly the earlier war T-34s. You do some vehicles, you'll see pictures of like a JSU camouflage. It just looks wrong to my eye. So it's one thing as miniatures gamers is sometimes you've got to that doesn't look very realistic, and you just kind of have to make that artistic decision that I don't want to do that. Been looking at Italian tanks. Reasoning. Malaysia's wet. It's the monsoon season. In February? Okay. Man. I would imagine the monsoon season it's wetter than normal, right? Because Malaysia's not a very. I mean, the temperature's got to be like here, except like in a freaking forest, rainforest. It gets rarely dry here. It could happen, but our dry is other people's normal temperature. Which the problem with the humidity, I like the humidity. Like it's, I go somewhere that has low humidity, I'm thirsty immediately, I get headaches, etc. I don't do well in it. But you could spend all day long and not smell like horrible. Here, you step outside for a few minutes and you come back and your skin smells. And then it goes away a little later, but it's just stinky. And I noticed that immediately whenever I come back to Florida, even in the wintertime, even in the cold winter, still something just grabs it. Italian tanks. I was looking at Italian tanks too. I'm not ready to open that. Chiha Japanese. I just can't get into the Japanese. I just can't get into Japanese World War II stuff. I'm sorry. Now, give me Japanese vehicles, in real life, in 1-to-1 scale. Give me Japanese airbrushes, and other Japanese products, but World War II Japanese, I just can't get excited about them. It's almost like a different war to me. And I didn't grow up playing it. I do have Japanese troops. I do have Japanese troops that look really cool to paint. It just seems like it's just really, God, this thing is nasty. It's just something I'm just not interested in. So I'm sure there's people out there to keep the universe in balance. All they do is specific stuff and they don't do anything else. But I just can't get into it. And the people that did when I was growing up, there were those people that they could only play Americans because they couldn't relate to anybody else. And I don't enjoy playing Americans. I'd rather role play a little bit. I'm already American. That's not that I mind being American. I like it quite a bit, but it's my opportunity to role play a little bit. Be something that I'm not. Not much deployment and not many engagements in tank warfare. Yeah. I read a whole book on Guadalcanal. It's an excellent book, but other than a couple of Hagos that they had on Alligator Creek, I think that's what the name of the place was, they got knocked out. The Japanese had no armor in Guadalcanal. Actually, Japanese went to Guadalcanal to basically suffer. As you read the stuff, and it's like, man, the Japanese people went through some freaking hardship big time. Not saying that the Marines and everybody else on Guadalcanal had it easy. I'm just saying that the Japanese would land on one side of the island and have to trek all the way to the other side just so they could attack the perimeter from all sides. It was go in with 3 days worth of food, and then it'd take them a week to get there, and they were malnourished and starving by the time they launched the attacks, and it just, Now, I've seen some game tables that take place in the Pacific that look incredible. And I don't necessarily mean an island one. Benjamin Christian, welcome. I don't necessarily mean, something like Saipan or Beto or Tara. Or I had was he a high school teacher? I think he was a high school history teacher that always called the island Tarawa. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? You mean Tarawa? I'm not talking about one of those that's beach and coconut trees and, sparse stuff. I'm talking about freaking different kind of grass and stuff that they had. I can't remember what it's called right now, but the high grass and bamboo, and it's cool looking. If I had to do Pacific, I'd do New Guinea. I guess Burma would be okay too. Burma, you could have, I guess, some Matildas. Imagine a Matilda. How could Japanese deal with a Matilda? They got strapped bombs themselves and run at it. You know, you think a Matilda's nasty in 1940 for the Germans to deal with. Japanese don't have anything that can deal with a Matilda. Of course, a Matilda in the jungle, you know, you can walk at a leisurely pace and outrun a Matilda in the jungle. You know. Matilda tank, a cute tank. And yes, cute is important if you're portraying them, if you're modeling them. Okay, next thing, while that's drying, while these two things are drying, let's not do this because this is already dried. Let's go ahead and base paint the T35 tank because that's going to take a little bit of drying time. So we're going to base paint, and then after that's done, it's got to dry. Give it the Agrax Earth Shade. And we'll see how these little turret holders hold up while I'm base painting them. Now, these alligator clips are strong as crap, so I suspect that it'll work fine, but we will see. And okay, we need a brush that we would use for the green, and the clue is it's probably already green, tinted. I guess we can use this one, although it's not in the best of shape, but that's what happens when you treat them this way. Would do Philippines, would work early and late war. I didn't know anything about the Philippine campaign in 1942. I'm pretty familiar with the naval stuff because that's what we used to game. I had a couple guys in my game group that were really big into like America, America, and all that stuff, you know, in the early 90s, and they had to play American. So I like the ABDA stuff, you know, because you've got different forces. But once you get after Guadalcanal, I'm not interested in anything in the Pacific at all. It's just too one-sided. Once you start, if you're a naval wargamer, an aircraft carrier, okay, if you're into naval wargaming from the standpoint of having big guns shoot at each other, aircraft carriers are like the biggest Debbie Downer, you know, because you basically can be like, oh, there's that unit over there. Well, we don't want to engage in them, so let's run this way. And meanwhile, the other unit's going like, I don't know where anybody they're at. Okay, we'll just keep on sailing, you know. Only time we used aircraft carriers was sometimes something like, you know, the HMS Eagle in the Mediterranean, which is my favorite period for naval stuff. I don't know if this is going to be any good. Now, one thing I discovered the other day, and I'll show you guys again because I'm really proud of this discovery. Maybe you guys know all about this, but if you have a brush like this that is completely, this thing's been washed and everything, get some hand sanitizer and it'll just completely come out. You could just get a ton of this paint out. It just keeps on keeping on, and that's just hand sanitizer. So now that I've made a mess, but you can tell this is the same color that I used for the Russian green, and it will strip. It will also strip acrylic paint off something. So if you've got an old vehicle that you painted 20 years ago, like this one, I gotta show this again. I think this is really cool. And I don't like keeping stuff to myself. Yeah. Looks like I used this for the green too. So let's take a drop of hand sanitizer. And this has been painted over. Let's just put it on there. Now you'll see there's some yellow underneath. That's a spray paint from, I think it's a Model Master way back in the day, a color called Africa Mustard. So I had sprayed this at some point. I'm like, it doesn't look very good. Let me go ahead and repaint. Look at this. Just working over it. This acrylic paint comes right off. And it won't damage plastic. So if I had known this, there was an old T3485. I bought this stuff that was supposed to take the paint off. And it did, but it kind of chewed up the... It kind of chewed up the finish a little bit. And it was supposed to be for plastic models. So this will work just fine. Just figured I'd share that with you guys. You know? So that's pretty cool. And it's an easy material to find. And I don't know what part of it is. It's got alcohol, but just dumping alcohol on this wouldn't do the same thing. This definitely works a hell of a lot better than anything else. So should also work with vodka. Oh man, I'm not Russian enough to drink it after I take the paint off. Is it? This tastes like Russian green. All right. Now that we've kind of made a mess, I like sharing that with. I discovered that. I don't know. Maybe somebody else knew about it, but I see something cool, something unique. I'm gonna let you guys know about it. Now I'm gonna dip this in the water to hopefully stop the paint, whatever it's doing, activating. Because we're gonna put green paint and we don't want to put it on here and it not work. And I'm actually out of these cheap brushes. They've all been used at some point or the other. I don't think I have a new one. No. But these are El Cheapos. El Cheapos brushes. Got one that I use for the Agrax only, and that's why it's not in horrible state. Yeah, what's this one? No, that one's actually pretty okay right now. Let's use this green bastard. Do I have any vodka laying around? I don't know. Last convention I went to, somebody offered me straight vodka, and I'm like, okay, sure, why not? I didn't think it was that bad. Of course, I sipped it really, really slow. I rarely drink, but if I do, I'd rather have spirits, because just have spirits either on the rocks or just neat. Then you don't overdrink. If things taste too good, you can drink too many of them before you realize, oh, I should have had the last 4. But I rarely drink. Get a headache too easy. All right, let's put some Russian green in here. I'm gonna need quite a bit of it. This is big tank. And all we're gonna do is dry brush ski. And we're gonna miss some spots, and that's good. That's what we want. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody do this. So I'll get ideas from other people, and I'll think I'm improving them. Obviously, otherwise, why would you like? Hey, this is a good idea. Let's make it shittier. No, that doesn't make any sense. But I don't think I've ever seen somebody dry brush as the original coat, and I just kind of did it because I kind of get a free pin wash out of it, you know? And it saves me a step from doing that. Let's go ahead and do the sides first. And this is all primed with the airbrush, which is not the quickest way to do things. But it's actually quicker if I just hand paint it, but it's a lot less mess. But the clear coating with the airbrush is working really, really well. I'm really happy with that. Back in high school, we went to Russia and was out drinking with some local kids. Went to the bar with one, ordered a beer, he ordered a bottle of vodka, finished at the same time, and reordered. Wow. Russian beer. What the hell is that like? I could just see Russian beer have like a really basic name, like Big Bear. Yeah, I rarely drink. And it's mainly because it gives me headaches more than anything else. Not that I behave poorly. Actually, I behave better when I have a couple drinks. I'm a lot nicer, more funny too. I don't get angry, you know. But I get a headache so easy from it. And not because you had too many. So the nice thing about this is also dries really fast. So by the not much after we do this, we're going to be able to give it the Agrax Earth shade, which takes forever to dry. We went out drinking in high school. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm pretty liberal when it comes to that. I was raised pretty liberal when it comes to that too, and I never really abused it. Here in the South, they are like Nazis about carding people for stuff, and it's just like, of all the things you could be doing, it's just not a big deal. How about just don't get behind a car wheel, you know? A beer never hurt anybody. Now, a bunch, sure, but be responsible. So, like I said, these were the wrong scale. I had them. I've had them since about, well, since about 1991, 1992. I was working at a hobby store at the time, and that's about the time I was doing 1/72nd scale stuff, or getting in. I'm like, oh, they make Russian vehicles. Well, nobody made a model of one of these in 1/72nd scale. So I'm like, let me just get one of them. They're pretty inexpensive. And I just never did anything with them. You know, so it's like, well, their time has come. Or as I like to say, I got nothing to lose, you know. I've had these things for umpteen years. Here, the legal drinking age is 15 at home and 18 at bars. There's nothing wrong with that. I think they have things backwards. I think, you know, I think driving is a much bigger responsibility than having alcohol. My parents were really strict about just about everything except drinking. It doesn't mean they were loose about it, but I wanted to go visit some folks in Mexico. At the time I was 16 or 18. I think I was 18. I think it was 18. And we had some beers and we didn't go anywhere because we couldn't go anywhere, but that's fine. I didn't get super drunk. I didn't do anything crazy. I've never done anything crazy while intoxicated. You know, like, hey, watch this. Now's the time I decide to climb a mountain. Nah, that's not me, you know. If I'm partaking in a drink, I'm just enjoying life, just sitting there in a corner, you know. Benjamin Christensen. So are you Denmark or well, it's got to be a Scandinavian country, unless you live unless you live somewhere else. But that's one thing Europe's got better than the U.S. is that drinking thing. Well, you know, this country was founded by people that were kicked out of Europe because they weren't any fun at parties. I mean, my people weren't. That's not my background, but hey, you guys are having too much fun at the party. Get the hell out of here. All right, on the Mayflower we go. Denmark, okay, awesome. We're going to play a war game with some Danes tomorrow. I think, I don't want to speak it in, I'm not being what it is, but I think we're playing the naval battle of Heligoland, which is Danes versus Austrians. Which I was always surprised. What the hell are the Austrians doing in the Baltic? Not the Baltic, but the southern North Sea. It's like, well, when your ally is Prussia and they don't have a frickin' navy at all, they kind of need you to bring your navy up there. I think that's the battle we're doing. We're doing Austrians and Danes anyway, so. What's Denmark? I mentioned this yesterday. What's Denmark known for? Because I think of, you know, Legos and those butter cookies, right? I'm sure you guys have all kinds of stuff, but I mean, as far as exports, stuff that we see here in the States, that's it. Oh, and you guys make this stuff too. Army painter, made in Denmark. Okay, that's the big turret done. Now one of the 45 millimeter turrets. 1864. Yep, that's what we're supposed to be doing tomorrow for War Game today. Playing a game called Ironclads. I wonder what it's about. I love games that are just so vague, just so obvious about what their subject is about. Almost like the titles of movies on the Sci-Fi Channel. Mansquito. I haven't seen any of that stuff. I've just been flipped over. I'm like, what is it? It's crossed between a man and a mosquito. Mansquito. Captain Obvious titles. Which I guess is better than songs that have a name of a song that isn't even mentioned in this song itself. Legos, medicine, Carlsberg beer. Okay. That's the one that has the little... Isn't that the one that has like the little pop top on it and you can close it back up, or I'm thinking something else? Legos, the Danish cookies. Probably not even made in Denmark. Really, really tall people. If I go somewhere and I feel short, I know I'm around a lot of tall people. 5'11", 5. Well, I got up to 5'11" and shrinking. But my dad was like 5'3", so I think I did pretty good. If I go somewhere and go, man, I feel short, there's some tall jokers around. Can't say I've had any Danish medicine. Or maybe I did and just didn't know about it. I've had 2 different prescriptions and they were from Ireland of all places. I like all the flags of the Scandinavian countries. I think it's cool that they all got together and said, all right, we're going to go with this logo. We'll just make the colors on it different. We're each going to have one field background and one cross background. And then the Norwegians said, we want 2 cross backgrounds. Actually, what you guys call Danishes, we called Vienna bread, bringing us back to the Austrian Navy tomorrow. I love Danishes. I really, really do. But it's because it's that cream cheese stuff that's on top. That stuff's amazing. I'm talking about a good one, not one that's, made in some factory that doesn't go bad for like 2 years. Not the Twinkie type stuff, but a good one. It's excellent. Okay, this little guy is dead. Dead? No. We're not killing these guys yet. These might break down before they make it on the battlefield. Got that movie, I haven't seen it yet. Somebody was telling me about it just yesterday. We were talking about Danish stuff yesterday. Nothing bad, just, that invasion, the German invasion of Denmark. So, the World War II German invasion of Denmark. Is it April 9th? I haven't seen it yet. I feel like I should watch that one, and then there's a Norwegian one as well. I think it's called The King's Choice. I should watch both of those back to back, but be an interesting chart. For the first 3 items you come across that come from a country that you think about. Of course, there might be some items you can't think of come from a country, but they do. Actually, quite a decent movie, April 9th. The King's Choice is highly recommendable as well. I haven't seen either one, but I will. There's 2 World War II movies that were, well, one of them is a series and one of them is a movie that I've seen relatively recently, meaning in the last 5 years, that I thought were both excellent, that are probably my favorite World War II movies I've seen so far. And they are the one called, that a guy on here recommended to me, was called The Forgotten Battle or something like that. Actually, 1944 is actually not a bad movie either, and even though it has a crappy title. It's like, talk about not being able to come up with a title for a movie. We can make a movie and a screenplay and fund it, we just can't come up with a decent title for it. So we'll just call it 1944. Uh, 1944 wasn't bad. The Forgotten Battle wasn't bad. And one I've seen twice, and I'm looking forward to seeing it a third time, is that series called Generation War. I thought Generation War was excellent. Really, really good. You know, I think they did a good job of showing it from the German viewpoint and not being like how can I put into words what I'm trying to think? And making it a way that you can be sympathetic to the characters. You know, even though those guys were definitely in the wrong in that war, but I thought it was I thought they did a good job with how they handled that. It wasn't like overly apologetic, because German movies tend to be extremely overly over the top apologetic about what happened, and I get it. But then the Russian movies are like, you know, the opposite. You watch 1944 in a cinema in Estonia while on a trip to write a tour guide the actual battlefield of the opening battle of that movie. I thought it was really good, and I liked how it's changed the perspective. Yeah, probably the only movie where you have somebody in an SS uniform that you could be, that you could not hate him. Let me see, I could put it that way, because he was kind of just put into service there. So it was an SS unit, but not really an SS unit. You know, I don't know. I liked them. I liked the movie. Finally, a movie where you can use T-34-85s. And actually, my favorite part of the movie was the part where the Prinz Eugen, and they did a really good job of modeling it off in the distance, was bombarding the Russians. I liked that a lot. I wasn't expecting that at all. So I'm like, that looks like the Prinz Eugen, because I remembered at that point Hipper was just shot. At that point, she was pretty heavily damaged. Yeah, I like that movie. I'm not one of those that's like, it's got to have Americans in it, or I'm not interested. I'm actually quite the opposite. I'm like, you know, I'm still upset that they made a movie about the convoy battles in the North Atlantic and it was an American destroyer. Come on, man. The Brits were doing that shit 3 years before the U.S. got off their ass. Okay, this is probably dry, so we're going to go ahead and Agrax Earthshade these, and then we'll go back, and this is going to take a while to dry, isn't it? No, maybe not so much. Maybe by the time we're done with the Agrax Earthshade, we can base these guys. So that'll be good. I would prefer to continue working on one thing instead of hopping around, but drying times kind of make that happen. I could probably make this stuff myself, but I can't do it all. I gotta sub the work out to other people. All right, where's the Agrax brush? It's this one. Now, some of the Russian movies do an excellent job with mock-ups. Like I finally got around to finishing Panfilov's 28, which is a terrible movie as far as I'm concerned. I'm not sympathetic to Soviets, sorry. Sorry, not sorry. But the German tanks that they had mocked up in that were superb. They did a great job with the Panzer IV-Ds. Or E's, I don't remember. I have to go back and look at them. But they did an excellent job with that. It doesn't have to be perfect, but, you know, make an attempt. And the Russian movies do a fair job of that. Now, what I don't like about them is they portray everything that happened before the German invasion as we're all living, we're all living in happiness, almost kind of like the Aztecs before the conquistadors showed up. Oh, everything was just great. I think just be realistic, and just be honest, not try to prove a nationalistic propaganda. But I'm not worried about it for my sake. I'm not going to learn history from one movie that I see. I'm surprised they would have showed a movie like 1944 in a cinema. Just didn't think that there's that many people that would be interested in some kind of a subject matter. Nice thing after doing so many of these vehicles, I'm looking at this and I'm like, I know this is going to turn out looking really good. Or I'm going to be really happy with the results. After doing so many of these, and this is actually an idea that I got from somebody else. There's a guy on YouTube that paints, he doesn't dry brush the main color, but he uses the Agrax Earthshade. And I really liked how it turned out for him. You can see other people's final results of what they do. And I'm like, I like how that is. Now, what steps did he take? I'm like, oh, that's kind of unique. Let me give that a shot. Now, at some point, the main gun barrel of this 45 millimeter gun is kind of, the gun barrel's bent a little bit. And I don't dare bend it back. I don't want it to snap, and we got a bigger issue, so. It's just that one in particular. It's just bent a little bit. So mainly the thing that, the method I'm using that takes the longest is you gotta wait for these steps to dry in between. Which is unusual for me because I'm used to painting figures and I literally don't have to stop for anything. But it gives pretty good results considering there's methods that take even longer than this. Where's the Where's the other baby turret? And no, not all these tanks are going to be on the battlefield for at once. That would be absurd. That would be unplayable. I'm just painting these for variety. We're going to get to the infantry here in a little bit. But I got quite a few figures. I don't have a lot of figures that I love for the Soviets. Let's put it that way. I've got one of the manufacturers that a lot of my Soviets were done in is a manufacturer I don't think much of called FAA. And at the time, I order them not seeing them, and then I get them, and I don't like the guys. And I still have a lot more of them to paint. I may not paint any more of them, but I've got a couple other manufacturers that I really do like them. So I got some good-looking Soviet figures with personality to paint. But this is just a skirmish game for me. So I really can't see a person running more than a squad by themselves. Squad in a vehicle, something like that. But I'm planning on running it as a kind of a role-playing game, putting everybody on one side, 4 players or so on one side, and I'll run the other guys. Just for speed of play. If you're going to do the Battle of Helgoland, 1864 tomorrow, have you played any near battles of that conflict? No. And I'll guarantee I'm the only person other than the one running it that knows anything about that was even a conflict there. That's kind of a forgotten war here in the United States. Anyways. No. No, it's honestly, to be honest with you, it's a period that I don't have a whole lot of interest. I don't like American Civil War at all. It's the same time period. So, it's just kind of in between ages. So, there's a movie out for it, isn't there? There's like a land combat movie or something like that with the Danes and the Prussians. Obviously, on land. Okay, the land battleship is a drawing. Let's see if we can do these other 2 shades on there. Yeah, I bet everybody else, other than the guy running it, doesn't know anything about the conflict. I'm sure it was I don't know what it is. I don't know anything about it. I'm pretty sure it was a Prussian aggression. Denmark shaking his fist and going on a land grab. I don't think that was the case, but that's just my gut instinct. I could be wrong, but that's where I'm putting my money on. All right, we're gonna get Iraqi sand out here and U.S. field drab. And this should work fine for the dry brush. Yes, there's a TV series, later recut as a movie, actually based on 2 books, one of which I was a researcher on, but the series of movies is horrible. Perhaps except for episode 7. Okay. Well, when a series is horrible and you got to watch it, you ask yourself, are there at least any cute girls in it? Because it helps. It doesn't make it redeeming, but it helps. Yeah, most series are not great, unfortunately, of anything. They always have their low points. Oh. Might be too wet. still. I'm not getting enough. Yeah, we'll roll with it. I do put it on kind of thick just so that we cover all the imperfections. What kind of wargaming do you do out there? Son of Christian? I was telling somebody the other day about, might have been at work, about how they do in Iceland, that they still follow that whole naming system, that your surname is your father's name, and either son or Deuter, it's just like it blew their mind. It is pretty extreme if you're not used to that. But the Spanish used to do that as well in the Middle Ages. So if your dad's name was Sancho, if his first name was Sancho, which is not that uncommon of a name in the 11th century, and you were his son, your surname would end up being Sanchez. That's where that comes from. Domingo Dominguez. So you don't have a surname that you necessarily carry all the way across. It's just you are nobody without your dad. Kind of interesting. And I'm sure there's other nationalities that did that as well, but the Icelandics apparently still do that. The cute girl's actually part of the bad part of the movie. They kept making flash forwards to modern day. Oh no, that's not a good idea. Where a girl played by the director's daughter learns about the war. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. I don't like when they put non-period music in things. So that's why I was not a fan of. I've only seen one episode of it, but I was not a fan of. What's the new thing that they came out with recently about the SAS? Rogue Heroes. I like AC/DC, but I don't want it in a World War II movie. You know? You want to put music, put period music. It would give people an opportunity to learn about the music of that period too. You know? I mean, it's historical. I want to learn about the period. I don't want to just like, well, what would it be in today's terms? No. What's so wrong with learning? One of my least favorite World War II movies that I've seen. I'm sure there's more I haven't seen. Kelly's Heroes. Why? It's got that whole hippie-ish 70s vibe to a World War II movie. It doesn't belong. Yeah, I don't like those flashback things. And those flashback things are actually, maybe not necessarily in that one, but in many movies, I think are really could be really confusing for people that are not really familiar with the period. All right, last color is Iraqi sand. And this trifecta of colors was an example that was used in Flames of War. I don't play Flames of War at all, but their website is excellent and they give some good ideas and they have some pretty easy to swallow descriptions of many of the units' histories. So I like it. They have some good stuff on their site. I just don't play their game. The game's a little too vanilla for me. But there was a... Was this one? This may actually have not been one off of the Flames of War. My desert one certainly was, where they had an example of like, they gave three, like this is what it is with this color. Then we add this one on top, and then we add this one, the other. And it was excellent because you could see how it turns out. You're like, I like how that looks, or it doesn't. Jeffrey Smith. Kelly's Heroes. That Eagles Dare and Eagles Land are my wargaming inspiration. I like the Eagle is landed. Eagles Dare. I could take it or leave it. I think I've only seen it once. But Eagle is. I like the Eagle is landed. It was strange that, oh, what's his name, could pull off being a German. Why do I always forget what his name is? And I really like him as an actor. And I can never remember what his name is. The guy off Zulu. I have to watch it again and pay attention to his accent because he's got that Cockney accent that I think he did a good job of hiding it. Unlike everybody that played in frickin' Death of Stalin, which I hated that movie because of that. I can't remember what the poor guy's name is. Michael Caine. Michael Caine, yeah. Yeah, I like that movie. That's a good movie. For an older movie, that's a good movie. I specifically like the part where Hagman goes in, guns ablazing, and he gets it just gets demolished. Got a whole Indian army waiting to get painted one day soon. Even finished 400 or 200 bikes. I watched Bridge Too Far relatively recently, and man, there's a lot not to like about that movie. Michael Caine was fine in it. I pretty much like Michael Caine in anything, but I can't stand Elliot Gould. He drives me freaking bananas. And having him, I know they're just actors, but having him play a gutsy American soldier type is like casting me as a hippie. It just seems just so wrong. It just seems so wrong. Oh man. Well, you know, there's some actors you're gonna like and some that you don't. You know. I need to watch that episode of Band of Brothers again. I've only seen it once. That has the British tank commanders in it and stuff about a bridge too far. The problem with Band of Brothers is some episodes are so freaking good that other episodes that are good, and they are, on their own, but when you throw them in with everything else, you're just so bored because some episodes are just excellent. All right, let me be right back. I need more liquids, and we'll be back in a moment. I shan't be long. Speaking of movies you grew up with that were inspiration, for me, it was two because they were the one. You know, back in the day, you had to watch what people played on TV. So if they didn't play, I didn't see A Bridge Too Far until a long time. I mean, I was in probably 18 or something like that. They just didn't play it on TV, or they played it and, it wasn't being played when I was listening to it. When I was able to watch it. But the two movies I grew up with watching, war movies, and meaning I've seen them many, 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 many times. I haven't seen either one of them in a long time, but I grew up with was Guns and Navarone, and Battle of the Bulge, and that's the two movies that they always played. I'm pretty sure they played them on TBS. In the early '80s, and that's my go-to. Two movies, but I didn't learn history from them, so it's not like that's exactly how it happened. Nah, no movie is like that. Use it as kind of a stepping stone of, do you like what you see here? Yeah, I like some of it. Okay, well, let's read about it and see what really happened. Not take it as at face value. And I hated that Sink the Bismarck was in black and white. Ooh, this is nice and gooey, like a cookie, like a warm cookie, which means this will cut really easy, unlike those T34s that were a pain in the ass to do. Okay, the problem is I can't see where the hell this is. Typical problem. There it is. Well, how wide are these tracks? About... Let's start with this. And then same thing. Here's that line. All right, let's get our scooper out. Yeah, and the Bridge Too Far movie, it's a huge operation, and you need a longer movie. Yeah, you really need a longer movie than that. It's a huge freaking complicated operation. But I was reading about something about that movie, I think last week, where was it the director? Somebody was saying somebody that was on it was written as an anti-war movie, showing basically how the bad guys weren't the Germans, it was Browning. Which I've read World War II stuff. I don't know who the F Browning is. When I hear Browning, I'm like, oh, you mean the guy that was in charge of the... Wasn't there a Browning that was in charge of the RAF? That's the Browning I remember, not some ground pounding Browning. But they kind of danced around and put in Montgomery in it. Whatever. Another inspiration was TV series Combat. Never saw it. Never saw it. It wasn't played. I just watched my first episode of the Desert Rats. No, Desert Rats? No, what's it called? You know which one I'm talking about. Rat Patrol. And it's it's not very good. Not very good to watch it for the first time now. I mean, there's things that from your childhood that you have fond memories of. Like I have really fond memories of watching Hogan's Heroes with my dad. Now, is the show now, if I saw it for the first time, garbage? Probably. But, I have fond memories of watching it with my dad and laughing about stuff. And I knew enough about World War II that you could get it. Because you got to be like a World War II, person to get all the tongue-in-cheek references. But is it a good show by today's standards? Probably not. But I enjoyed it at the time. And, something that I did with my dad, so. The cast is incredible. Of A Bridge Too Far? Maybe half of them. I mean, they have a lot of people on there. I mean, I like about half the actors. I like more of the actors actually in Kelly's Heroes. I just don't like the script or the vibe. I like all the actors in Kelly's Heroes. It's not an actor issue. It's just that vibe they decided to go with. Like, what were you smoking? Literally. That was the problem. We're going to have to go farther here. Farther here. And maybe a little bit farther here. I just feel like they had so many people in Bridge Too Far that they couldn't spend a whole lot of time with any one of them. Let's see how we fit in here. Okay, we need to move it up a little bit on this end. So let's just, it's so much easier to work with this stuff when it's in this condition. Same in The Longest Day. I couldn't watch Longest Day. It's black and white. I watch World War II stuff to see stuff in action in color. I have seen black and white movies. I feel like I'm missing stuff, If I absolutely had to sit down and watch it, I'd watch it. But it's just, I'm missing something. Still, man, this is a big Joker on this stand. So I've seen very little of The Longest Day. It was made in 1960. Get off your wallet and make it in color, asshole. Well, there was color back then. You wasted color on Wizard of Oz and shit like that. Let's do a war movie in color. Come on. Like when they made Schindler's List, the fact that they went that in black and white really took away a lot of the... It's a lot more effective if it's in color. I'm telling you that some things are just much more powerful. Oh, I just mentioned that. Yeah. So I mentioned this before. When I was a kid in high school, they were playing that series, War and Remembrance, on TV. And I know it's probably really dated and probably not as powerful. When I was 17 years old, I knew about the Holocaust. And you see those scenes where they're dumping all those bodies in full color. That's some graphic shit. And people need to see that. Because it's something that should never be forgotten. you know, and it was horrifying, you know. You do that in black and white, and it's like, historical movie, you know. I think it's a missed opportunity. Okay, I think the line is here. Crooked spider question. Benjamin, can you make models in Denmark and put the swastika on them on a model, or is that shunned? I'm just curious. I would imagine it. I would think it'd be allowed everywhere except Israel and Germany. I've got some little flags I printed out to put on some of my German vehicles, but they didn't print out right. They came out too long, so I've got to redo them again. But I'm not going to put them online. It just I'm not a I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube or something like that. You got to come to my house and see them. I don't agree with them being banned, but you know, I get it. It is what it is. My problem is I think that, you know, communist shit should be banned too. You know, if you're going to ban one, ban them both. I'm actually okay with them being banned, to be honest with you. There's both of them are really bad folks. The communists just don't aren't as picky with who they put under their yoke. Well, based on my experience of one of these, the other one's easier to do. This is so much easier than what I had to do with the T-34s. Sure you can. For Oktoberfest parties at the History Department at University, we even flew the swastika and the DJ played speeches by Hitler. What? Huh. Okay. Well, it doesn't bother me. You know, if you go to a place and they do stuff like that, and it really is a rally, that's bad. But if it's just for historical purposes, it doesn't bother me. I was talking to somebody, a friend of mine that I know that does historical reenactment, and they're American, and I think they do British. They reenact British, and I mentioned that's like, you know, it would be difficult for me to reenact, say, somebody in the Wehrmacht, and then come across some World War II soldier, some World War II veteran that had atrocities committed against them. Because I get that. I'm telling you, if I'm in a war, I'm taking that shit personal, okay? And I'm taking that to the grave. You know, so I've encountered World War II veterans that can't stand any Germans or Japanese because they were in combat with them. I get it. They were trying to kill them. It makes sense to me. I can relate on that level. And they said that, you know, it's not that way because somebody's got to play the bad guys. I said, well, that's a good way to rationalize it. But I still would have, I wouldn't want to be put in that situation where, you know, I'm masquerading as somebody who's one of those. So it was solely meant as a joke, considering it was a history department. You couldn't claim people didn't know. Okay. Well, that's good. I mean, it wouldn't have bothered me. You know, I laugh about all kinds of stuff that I probably shouldn't laugh about, but I'm from a different time and place, so. little bit more on the front, and I think we're good. And I don't mind these little things that take maybe more time than they should, because they're kind of relaxing. Like, this is not stressful. We'll get this done whenever we get it done, you know? It's not like my airbrush is jammed or anything. I'm just kind of plugging along. Do I make this a little bit wider? Maybe a little bit on both. Yeah. So I guess you can have swastikas on your models. Yeah, you would never have a history department here in the United States that would do that. They wouldn't be able to, you know, they'd lose their minds. People at a university can't joke about shit like that anymore. You know. I live in a university town. These people would just, they couldn't handle it. They can't even handle ethnic jokes, and I love ethnic jokes. It's not make people better. It's just funny. It's funny when you find humor in stuff that is, you know, in generalities and stuff. You know, I'm not trying to make one culture better than the other. It's just, you know, we're all different from each other, and that's okay. You know, laugh about it. Okay, I think we got a good fit on there. All right. I don't want to wake anybody up, so we're not going to use a little vacuum for this. We're just going to... Let's get Mr. Epoxy out. Work on my forearms again. And that's with me tilting them upside. I got half a mind to buy new stuff and see if it flows a little bit better than this. Oh, let's not ruin all my handiwork by putting it upside down, by flipping it right side up. I need to find the a needle that I'm using for this to mix it up. Here it is. Let's get a spot. We'll vacuum that up later. Good Lord. Well, I probably should have done the martyr too. Well, let's not bite off more than what we can chew. We'll do it next. Well, I don't need to go to the gym today. Wow. I mean, it's kind of cool in the house, but I don't know. It might be 67 in the house. 67, 65. I don't think it's colder than that. It's 45 outside. Okay. Let's glue these two smaller. I guess if the T-35 is a land battleship, these would be land cruisers. So I don't have a problem with things being banned as long as you're consistent about it. Like there's a certain there's a certain platform that I use quite a bit. I don't have necessarily a problem with it. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Yeah, I am. Facebook. On Facebook, you can't put any images of the Third Reich at all. Okay, fair enough. But you can make every Stalinist meme you want. And it's just, that's not consistent, you know? That also might be the people that are in charge of that. See some Marxist folks as heroes. Off to the gulag with you. Let's see how you like their hospitality. There's a reason why dictators start with the phrase dick. All dictators are bad. Okay. Now, these are smaller scale, but I'm telling you, I think they look. It wouldn't be my first preference. My first preference would be buy them in 1/72nd scale. Okay, end of story. But I already had these. So here's a 1/76 scale T-34. They look like a medium tank, you know? For wargaming purposes, they'll be just fine. They don't look bad on the screen. They look even better in person. I don't know why these screens weird. Sometimes it just has it's got like a yellowish tint right now. I think it depends on what your screen settings are, you know? Let's see, what are these settings right now? Brightness, extra delay. Yeah. We got a 1/72nd scale trooper. Yeah, here we go. Oh, well, it helps if he's on screen. The basing on this guy. I got to do something about the basing on him. The basing sucks. The figure looks great. The basing sucks. It was the 90s. We didn't have access to the internet and share things from each other. So, or at least I didn't. They're fine for, playing pieces. I really like how they turned out. And the freaking T-35 is a monster. I mean, I know it's not as big as it should be, but it's big enough to work. So my option was to throw these away, give them away to somebody, or just use them. I'm like, well, what's the worst thing that can happen? I invest a couple hours in painting them and they look great and whatever, One of the first games I ever played was a game called, miniature games I ever played, was a game called Command Decision. And in Command Decision, Frank Chadwick has all kinds of different models in there. And he uses 1/87th scale with 1/72nd things. And it doesn't really bother him that much, So, yeah, I'm really happy with how they look. Really, really, really happy. We haven't even put the happy grass on there yet, So, yeah. Yeah, I think they turned out great. And you got to mix them up a little bit. You gotta add some different, all these tanks didn't serve in the same type of units, but you've got to alternate what their numbering and stuff is on them just to give them some personality. I think that's why the German tanks are so popular, because they have a haphazard, individuality kind of look to them most of the time. And you can do that with the Soviets too. You're a little bit more limited on what your palette is. And you can do some camouflage and stuff like that, but there's one artistic rendition of a camouflage scheme on a T-34 that uses like blues and grays, and it's just absolutely gorgeous. And I'm going to do one of them in that eventually when I do the early T-34s. But I had these from my youth, from a long time ago, and the T-35 as well. These 76 scale I just picked up late last year from an estate sale at a war game convention. I would have preferred 1/72nd because it scales better with the figures. The figures tend to be heroic looking anyways, 20 millimeter figures, so I prefer 1/72nd scale vehicles, but you know, they scale out just fine. I mean, these were like, by the time I was done with them, like $3 a piece or something like that to buy them. Like, I gotta get them. You know, nobody else is gonna want them anyways, and here's an opportunity to get a lot of T-34s and do some interesting stuff. And I'm like, you know, cut the fenders off and stuff like that. So anyhow, we'll let these two dry, and then we'll do the grassing on all these. Yeah, I think they turn out really well, considering I think my method is pretty simple. You know, I'm not doing pin washes and stuff like that. Pin washes and chipping weren't a thing in the early 2000s when I was doing World War II last. And, you know, I don't want to spend 20 hours on a tank, you know? So I think 3 or 4 is enough. And a lot of that stuff's kind of lost anyways and overdone in my opinion. So let's grab Mr. Martyr. Martyr 2, one of the ugliest German vehicles ever made, in my opinion. And let's put it on the base. And the other base I have here is for the other Martyr, which I painted this thing up 20 years ago. And I need to bring it up to modern standards. And in taking off the stand, I actually broke some of the track on here. So I might actually not be able to use this one. I need to do one that's a little bit thicker. But we're going to put some bushes in front of that, and it'll be just fine, you know. And put crew in them for both. So let's mark off where this thing's going to be and make a little spot for it. This one's not painted all the way, so I probably shouldn't mount it just yet, but we have a stand here for it. This is one of the ugliest German vehicles that I have. There's a few that are ugly, but this is relatively fresh also. I just gotta find out where the hell that mark is. Well, it's gonna be in here somewhere. And this one's gonna be in here somewhere, even if we have to expand it. So if I don't do it this way and just goop them while they're on the stand, it just takes so long to do. This is a much faster method. Let's make sure that is the true line it's at, and it isn't. The line is over here, and I just saw it. There it is. There it is. There she is. So it's not a perfect system. It works for me. Okay, there's that line. Got it. Like they do using terrain to conceal damage or errors on the models. Sometimes it happens, you know. I don't want to have a boo-boo, but they happen. So you got to move on with it, you know. Welcome, Skylab. Welcome back. And I believe this is the same size base that the Czech 38s are on. I want to use some kind of consistency. That's why these are on the base that they are. I think I have a 176 scale T34 that fits on here. So these have a little bit more meat around them because they're 176. It doesn't have to be that way. It's just... this kind of did it that way. All right, let's suck all this stuff up here. I just don't know what I'm going to do with a Martyr 3 as far as start with black or just dry brush and work. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. It's not a very good model in that it's got a lot of air bubbles. It's an MMS model and it's resin. So when in doubt, punt. don't make a decision. I'm going to go ahead and glue this thing down, even though the crew isn't ready. I haven't been very motivated to paint figures, but hell, that's all I've been doing the last 20 years, painting figures. But when I was doing my World War II stuff, I'd never painted a horse before. Ever. No need to. And then I go from never painting a horse to really enjoying painting horses. I do. Luckily, they do not smell like real horses. Oh, are we that low on this stuff? Oh, no. This is weird. Oh, you gotta see this. There's some material here, and then there's an air gap, and there's more material up in this. Maybe this stuff is finally going... I mean, I've had this stuff for like over 10 years. So, this is the one that's really thick. Is this one the same way? No, it's pretty much all down here. Wow. And I've had this thing upside down for a while. Which is this one? The resin. So not the hardener, the resin is the... Well, I may have to buy some of this at the store then. And I don't mind because, man, it's a hell of a forearm workout. Just try to get this stuff out. And I think I've gotten my money's worth. Yeah, it's up here. Hey, I should warm it up in the microwave, get it to flow better. Yeah, it's a bad idea. I don't need very much of this. We're only doing one vehicle, so let's... squeeze from up here. We love painting horses as well. Used to hate doing them in the past. Yeah, you give them some personality. They're actually really easy to do once you find a method that works for you, and it can be pretty consistent. You know, we live in a golden age when you can be like, I don't know how to do this, so go look it up online. You know, I had a problem with my airbrush yesterday, and it's funny because it looks like there's nothing wrong with it, but somehow there's a tiny little clog and you can't even see it. So you just got to be patient and know that, hey, it's going to take a little while to not really clean it, but just to make sure that there's nothing going in there so that when you use it again, you don't have a problem. So there are no quick, let me get the airbrush out sessions, because But this thing's golden. This airbrush behaves like all airbrushes should. I don't think I'm going to bring it in the house, though. I don't have the space for it. And the compressor's a little noisy. It's hard for me to tell noise levels because I don't hear well. So sometimes something won't be that loud and it'll be deafening to everybody else. So, and I don't have to worry about making a mess in the garage. And it really doesn't make much of a mess anyways. I just have kind of an old little drafting table, and I set up some of this cardboard on the bottom, and one is a backsplash. And I'm using so little amount of paint that, you know, I mean, I put a glove on just so I can hold things with my hand and not get paint all over. But other than that, you know, using non-toxic stuff, it's pretty eco-friendly. Some people say you should wear a respirator. It's just a tiny little amount that I'm not worried about it. I'm not blowing it towards me or anything, so. Still hate painting horses, which is why I started 1066 project with the Norman Cavalry Heavy Army, just to get them out of the way. Yeah. Speaking of step ponies, there's a guy that I follow him on YouTube. He's actually one of the people that got me to do my own channel because he's very low key kind of channel. There's not a whole lot of excitement in the way he speaks, but I find him very relaxing to listen to. Anyways, this gentleman, one of his crusades, and everybody has a crusade, I guess. I guess even I do. I don't know what it is right now, but I'm sure there is one. His crusade is that the Normans used ponies. He beats that drum, and I'm like, okay, maybe they used ponies, all right, but they don't look right. It doesn't look right to have Normans on these tiny little freaking horses. So, and nobody makes them that way, so, you know. Mr. Pugwash, welcome back. You thought about you the other day, stumbled across a YouTube video titled DBA-CW, American Civil War. How paint your horses as you do my shields. Oh, I love shields. God, there's nothing better. Shields are even better than flags. Do you have shitty heraldry? I don't. That's why I like doing shields. Maybe if your heraldry was like a guy bent over blowing a horn out of his ass, you wouldn't want to do heraldry. Not saying that's your case, but that's the picture from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. They bend over and blowing horns out of their asses. That's your heraldry. I love it. And love doing the research into it. Cool stuff. That's the only thing making me want to do 15s again. I ended up picking up a medieval Spanish army and some troops of Granada at the last Historicon. And that when I go back to them, that's what I'll work on. But I just don't want to play DBA anymore. It needs more flavor. It needs more. I'm putting a lot of effort and a lot of detail into how making all these figures look different, and I think the rules should reflect that as well. So, anyhow. Is this dry? It might be. That would be extremely handy. That would be extremely handy if this was ready to roll. Let's see how the turrets, see which is the messiest turret. Probably the main gun one. I think we're ready to rock. Okay. Okay, land battleship. This has epoxy on it, which may or may not still be wet. Let's get it out of the way. We're going to go back to the same green that we have. Look, there's some we can still use. And go back to it. Now, I know for a fact we're going to put a big red star here on the body. That's it. That's all I've decided so far. So I don't need to make that decision right this second. So just finished hand painting 315 shields last month. I love doing shields that have heraldry and stuff. I would love to do a French medieval army. There's a lot of information on them. And they were, battles, so you know who, what families and stuff were there. So just bring that battleship for the game tomorrow and see how they react. Yeah, I'm not providing any of this stuff for the game tomorrow. Kind of nice. Not that I couldn't get into the period. I'm not a fan of sailing ship games. I'm not. Because they all look the same to me. I mean, yeah, I can tell the difference between, a galleon of the Spanish Armada. Oh, this thing flipped up. How strange. Let me fix that. I can tell the difference between a galleon of the Spanish Armada and, are you gonna, yeah. Oh, you bastard. All right, we'll fix you later. Has these clevises. The towing clevises are separate. I can tell the difference between like a galleon of the 16th century and one of the 18th, but Napoleonic ships they're all the same to me. Other than some paint the portholes a different color, and just not enough of a difference to make me excited. So. If I had to do naval wargaming again, I'd probably get into the Victorian period, 1880s, 1890s, and just do kind of like a World War I that happens in that period of time, with alliances that maybe aren't how they worked out to be. Might be interesting. But I got so many other things that are going to create a better narrative. This will create a great narrative. And that's kind of what I'm into more, is the storytelling, and just see what happens, As much as I wouldn't mind working on some ancients or medieval rules that would have more flavor than what I'm doing now, but still feel the same, Do I know what side I'll be playing tomorrow? I don't, but I'm going to be honest with you. I am very pro-Austrian. I have a soft spot for Habsburgs, so I'm probably going to play the bad guys from your standpoint. But I don't care. I really don't. I don't know. And I'm not sure what exact battle we're doing. Last time we played the naval game, we did Chilean and Peruvian, and that was a fun game. Except I had to correct everybody on how they were pronouncing all the names. No, that's not how you say the name of that ship. And Napoleonics always play Austrians and do really well with them. It's just luck of the Austrians, at least for me. The thing about that stinks about the Victorian period is that if you look at like naval painting guides, everybody painted their ships the same way, and they generally are overall like white with ochre funnels or black hulls with really light upperworks and ochre funnels. And you can't have two armies that look two navies that look exactly the same fighting each other. It looks stupid from a wargaming standpoint. It just looks dumb. So it would be like, okay, we're gonna figure out how, who gets dibs on what paint scheme first, kind of thing. To be fair, not war with bad guys. You're making me want to read about it. I don't know anything about it. Some lovely paintings at battle, by the way. The Austrian ship Schwarzenberg on fire. That was Florida. What the hell's Austrian Navy doing in the North Sea? So just like in World War One, if I'm playing World War One, I got a soft spot for the High Seas Fleet. I really do. I think their ships look really cool. I'll play anybody, but I like the look of the German World War One ships. Okay, that's done. At least the initial color. Let's get the turret out here. We need more. We need more of this. I've had this color for probably since about the early 2000s. I don't really use that much. I'm using more paint now than I ever have. But I am looking forward to using more AK paints, only because they're like already pre-formulated for airbrushing. But this, I prefer using Vallejo for this than AK. AK is just too watery for this. I can do it and I've done it, but it's so much easier with Vallejo. Yeah, it's an Ironclads game, but I have no interest in playing like American Civil War Ironclads. Like, not a fan. Not a fan of the American Civil War at all. The one Civil War would be interesting in a war game would be the Russian Civil War. Cavalry and armored cars and poles and international brigades and all kinds of shit. These don't really need to be in here because they're pretty dry. It's unlikely they're going to get scuffed up by something, but all right, dump that in there. We'll mess with that later. Right, so let's get the wet palette out here. Get the epoxy off of it. This is the next place we're going to make our mess. Let's get dark sand. I saw another guy that used this as the mixer. Hey, it's good to get ideas from each other. There's no point in all of us inventing the wheel. Need some literature on the war in English. Let me know. There are a few good books out there. Man, I have so much trouble finishing a book. Audible is like the only way I can finish a book. Because reading just puts me to sleep. It's too relaxing. It's better than it's stressing me out, I guess. It just puts me to sleep. To this one. We don't need one that's so over the top. Oh, we're gonna need flow aid. Just one drop's enough. Mix that in as we go. Okay. Some of this, a little bit of dark sand, a little bit more. Let's go to the other side of the hole. think I'm gonna reread a book it's a series of short stories. It's out of print. It's been out of print for a while. The author's passed away, but it was an author that when I worked at the hobby store, he was a local author, and he said, "Hey, you guys want to sell copies of my books or whatever? I'll give you a deal on them." And I ended up buying one of his books, and I really liked it. It's kind of like historical fiction, and and it's out of print, but there might be some inspiration there for some what if stuff. So that might be worth looking at, but it is a physical book, so who knows how far I would even get along. At some point, I need to just grow a pair and start looking at these rules again so I can remember how to play them. And you know, take notes so I can organize them, because I'm going to have to not only learn how to play but teach other people how to kind of do it. And the rule book's a little overwhelming. None of it is very difficult, but it's not necessarily disjointed, but kind of make a little flow chart so it could go a little bit better. But I'm just going to be running the game. I'm not going to be playing, so. I'm just enjoying this too much. Good morning, Alberto. I would rather paint these things and not do anything with them than play the game and never paint any of my own stuff. I can get my thrills gaming and with the computer, console, whatever. This is creative. You can't be creative with some of those other things. So. You'll be off. Enjoy watching your painting once again. Okay, Benjamin. See you next time. Have a good day. Enjoy your Danish. I'm sorry, what did you call it? Viennese pastry? Viennese pastry. Nobody would know what you were talking about if you ordered it that way. Alright, turret time. And this is what I get the re-wetting drops for. To kind of give it some, oh, way too bright. Still too bright. For some reason, this particular turret had a lot of flash on it, so I did my best to take some of it off, but I didn't want to spend 2 days sanding this thing down. Oh, it's put together by Soviet industry, which isn't necessarily known for good finish on their turrets and stuff. So they can look a little rough. So normally I would play, if I'd go and play a game like I am tomorrow, that's out of my normal period, it would motivate me to like be looking at miniatures and stuff for it because, assuming I enjoyed it. I'm pretty much immune to that right now. I'm enjoying doing the World War II stuff so much. And I have so much stuff to do and so much stuff I already own. I mean, it is really invigorating to finally finish things that I've had for 30 years. Literally. Stuff that I didn't think I was ever going to get around to. And the important thing is it's stuff that I want to paint. If I don't want to paint this stuff, well, into garbage it goes, But one of my last moves, I got rid of all 1/135th scale stuff. It went right in the garbage can. It was stuff that was half started. It wasn't like it was like brand new kits just throwing them away. It was none of that. But pretty certain I'm not going to go back to that. Went last night to a piano bar for part of the evening. Got dinner there, and I was watching these people just ad lib shit. They had a couple guys on pianos, and I'm not musically inclined at all. And then one guy was on drums, and they had a guy that he would switch between bass guitar, regular guitar. And what they were doing wasn't perfect. But I mentioned to the people I was with yesterday, I was like, these people have that in their blood to the point where it would be like if somebody says, hey, Tony, draw me a shark. And I wouldn't draw a perfect shark, but I would do a pretty good job of whatever it is that I'm drawing. And I don't really draw anymore, but I draw better than most people. It's the equivalent of that. It's like the musical equivalent. You just kind of get close. And, everybody else who doesn't have that skill at all might be like, how the hell did you do that? And I just think some of us are just more gifted in certain areas than others. And because you are gifted, you either have an easier time of figuring it out and therefore are successful at it and want to invest more time on it than others. So anything that's like artsy or drawing or painting or stuff like that, I'm going to have an easier time than people off the street. So I'm more likely to want to get decent results and want to improve on it and get even better. Whereas if it was something that maybe somebody wasn't very good at or didn't have a clue, they'd just be like, F it, I'm not going to do this anymore. And that's how I feel about musical stuff. Like, I don't have a clue. It's not in my blood. Doesn't come naturally to me. I don't want to do it bad enough. Out of curiosity, what's the number of vehicles I have painted total? About 50. Maybe over 50. And we have probably another 50 to do. Maybe even more than that. So, I think in a year I'll have them all done. At the rate I'm going. And I want to get more. But and I'm running out of space. Let me give you an exact count. Completely complete. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53. This would be 54. This would be 54, yeah. And In this game, you're not going to have more than, unless it's like a tank on tank fight, you're not going to have more than 4 vehicles on a side. That's really pretty extreme. So I'm just paying these for variety and because I have them and because I enjoy doing them. You could do a battle where one side has 9 T-34s, but no infantry, and then maybe the Germans have like 4 or 5 other vehicles or something like that. You could just do a tank on tank, and I think I'll do that at some point. You know, like a Prokhorovka thing or something like that. But I probably have. If you don't include the T-34s that I have a slew of, I probably have 40 other vehicles to do, plus the T-34s. So yeah, I probably have 70 vehicles. I'm just saying, you know, I'm pretty sure at the rate I'm going, and as much as I am enjoying them, I'm going to get them all done. I'm probably going to get them done. I'm high on this for sure. And you guys coming on here and hanging out with me helps tremendously in that way. I'm just enjoying doing research. You know, like I get to paint a little bit and I'm going to go look and see what markings. And the fact that I'm painting my markings on myself makes it even more enjoyable because I get to do some research and, you know, painting some markings. Like I'll do Africa Corps vehicles at some point. I'm not painting the little palm trees with a swastika on them. We'll use decals for that. We could do, you know, hand paint other stuff, but you know, there's some things I don't want to hand paint. But I'm okay painting the German crosses now. I had so much trouble trying to find ones that were the correct size, that I'll use some decals, but like the ones that go on like Panzer IIIs on the side body, it's such a small area that you got to find ones that are small enough to fit in there. It just becomes a huge pain. So let's compare tint color wise here. We're going to go up we're going to go up one level, as I like to call it. I'm not artsy enough to use correct terminology for things. I'll say hue and I mean tint. You get the gist of what I'm saying. Let's go up a little bit on this, just a tiny little bit, and then we will pick at some details, and then we can look at painting some markings on them, which will be minimalist. There'll be some minimalist markings on this thing. Just about all of them are pretty minimalist. So we're just going to go over this. Add another term that did not exist when I was modeling, modulation. There is, or as I like to call it, imperfections, inconsistencies. Space storage is your major problem right now. Yeah. You know, if you create things, if you paint things, if you buy things, if you do stuff with them, and then you have to worry about storing them, it's not that big of a deal. If you're just buying shit and not doing anything with it, and then you have a storing problem, that's a problem. You know, because I don't have a problem with this, with where to put these things. I got a new case and it's getting full fast. I'm really enjoying the living shit out of this. And it's the freedom of, I don't have to get these done by a certain time. We have a show coming up in 3 months. I'm going to go to it. I'm not going to run anything. You know, I'm not going to run things at shows anymore. I'm working things at my own pace, and they'll be done when they're done, and not beforehand. And then we'll come in, lighten up, and do some of these details on there. But this is, I want to do another background. I want to do a background like in the Ukraine, or something like that. Maybe with like maybe with like some fires in the background, but hazy. You can't tell what the hell it is, you know, back there. You're gonna buy a new workstation and a Kallax next week. What the hell is that? Is that a 3D printer? If I was unemployed and still brought in an income, you gotta be specific about that. I'd get a 3D printer. I'd get a if I didn't have anything to do for like 8 hours a day, I'd get a 3D printer and become familiar with how to modify stuff on there because I can draft and as long as it's not too frustrating. That's the only reason I don't get in it. I don't want the frustration of it. I'm just afraid with the way technology is. As soon as you become really good at something or familiar with it, it changes. Or, like here's a thing. Every month or so, I get a notification on my computer when I turn it on. Congratulations. Your computer is eligible to upgrade to Windows 11. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it unless I have to because I had a bad experience with an iPad that I was using at the time that it got upgraded and I wasn't able to run any games. So can you imagine upgrading your computer and I can't do this anymore? No. Because stuff is like that. You get a problem and there's no one to go to for an answer or everybody gives you conflicting information. And so with technology comes problems. And it's not that I'm anti-technology. I'm anti-problems in my hobby. IKEA storage system. My case is IKEA. And it's wonderful. And it was relatively inexpensive. It's relatively inexpensive. If you find something at IKEA, odds are the price on it is okay compared to everywhere else. So actually, that thing was made in Italy. Not in, the People's Republic of Repression. So I'm anti-technology because of it creates problems that I don't want my hobby to have problems. I do this to get away from problems. Everything goes well here, and if it doesn't, I can fix it, make it better. That's probably where we're gonna stop with this dry brushing on this. Turret time. Yeah, mine's from IKEA. Actually, both of my storage things from IKEA. I had a one that was discontinued, and it like fits in a wall, almost like it would. It seems like it would fit like in a sconce, and it was an item called a Burt Bee, and that's what I use. All my DBA armies were in there on display, but I've outgrown that. These guys take a lot more footprint than. And remember, I haven't painted DBA stuff since September of last year. If I was painting DBA stuff now, I probably would have gotten, I don't know if I've gotten another army done yet. And I've already painted 50 vehicles in that same time period. So this is a lot quicker. And I'm not even rushing it. So. And there's more you guys watching this than you guys were a few months ago. And I don't know if you prefer this content, if the content even matters. I don't know. You tell me. I'm glad you guys are. It keeps me on, I don't want to start some Patreon, people paying. I don't need your money. Just come in and hang out with me and learn shit together, figure stuff out, and just have a relaxing time. Yeah, but my two storage things are from IKEA. Wish it had lighting in it, but it doesn't. It's okay. Just need somewhere to. They might as well be on display, and you got to keep the dust off of them. Where all the handiwork that you do on them is just kind of wasted. But it's stupid to have these things sitting in a box that nobody can see. I don't really look at them that often, but I can if I want to. And if you find something at IKEA, odds are it's better priced than other places for the equivalent type thing. And if you read the instructions in a native language, you can summon a Scandinavian demon while you're at it. These Scandinavian demon type names. This table, this table's from IKEA. This table was freaking awesome, and it was, I don't know, $100 or something like that. And it's just, there's nothing to it. It's just literally a table, but it's got legs that you can screw up or screw down depending on how high. So I've got it jacked up as high as it'll go. I've got this chair as low as it'll go. Actually, I don't know if I do have it as low as it'll go. There we go. Now it's as low as, it's too low now. Just so you're not hunched over as much. So I believe this is like 36 inches, and I can get the chair down to 18. So we got 18 inches of erection. Calm down. Just try to stay, so your back doesn't suffer, what have you. I must have been working on sanding, and I need a little bit more leverage on it, but I take super care of this, and I think it'll last me the rest of my life. This little plastic mat that I put underneath here just for protectant, it's from IKEA as well. So they got some good stuff as long as you could find it there. They don't have one in my town, but there's one in Jacksonville, there's one in Orlando. I'm a fan. And I think their prices are what they are because there's no middleman. It just they sell it directly to you. It doesn't go through other people marking it up along the way. Which drives costs up for the consumer. Yeah, I think we're good with that. All right, let's ditch this guy and get something a little bit. Oh, I gotta take a little pee break. I don't have to, I choose to. There's no point in being uncomfortable. And I will be right back. I try to cut corners on cost on things when you can. There's no point in you don't have to be frugal, but there's no point in throwing money at a problem. And these lights, this light that I use, I swear by them. And at the time, I was using like a drafting light. I had a couple of neon tubes that I got from my dad. I started using it probably when I was like 16 or 17. And I had it until the daughter was already born. So I probably had it from like 1988, 87, 88 until 2007. Never had to replace a bulb. I know that sounds insane. I never had to replace a bulb. It was made in the 60s. It's back when they made things that would last. And it finally, at first it started humming. Okay, I can deal with the humming. But then it just started like flickering, and I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be better options. So then I go to Michael's, which is a craft store here in the U.S., and they have these OttLite things, OttLite. And they were running a sale, and this is a floor lamp. Uses 24 watts, right? 2 bulbs, 24 watts, I think. Yeah. And doesn't even get hot. And I think they were at the time they were like $100, but they were 50% off. So I got 2. I got this one and I got a spare one. And you don't want to spend. If I had to rebuy this and it cost $400, I'd buy it without even thinking about it. Okay, because it's proved itself that it is something that works great. But when you're not trying something for the first time, you don't want to throw $400. You don't want to throw a lot of money at something that you don't have any confidence in. So the Kallax is modular, can add glass doors, etc. as needed. Damn it, Barnes! You're gonna make me look. All right, I got to see what a Kallax on IKEA, and it may be something that's available only in Europe too, because Kallax IKEA. I may need another one at some point. Kallax shelf unit. Well, here it says it's a bookshelf. Shelf unit, black brow, IKEA Kallax shelving unit, free delivery. They're selling it through Amazon. This might not be what it is. There might be a lot of things called Kallax, or maybe it's called something. Here it comes up as only like cubes. Storage cubes. The problem that I have is, if you look at most things that are just storage things, there's too much space between the shelves for the stuff that we do. We do really small things. I don't care if you're doing 28 millimeter. We're doing really small stuff. And you don't want to use something that one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shelves. Most units that are about that size maybe only have like 3. You don't need 20 inches of airspace between each level, So it's difficult to find things like that. I could actually probably put twice as many shelves in there, but I'd have to buy another unit or just the shelves by themselves or have them made, or, I'll be okay. If it gets really tight, then you have to pull the thing out. And I think this one you can't pull the shelving units out with stuff on them. Correct. They bump into the door. You have to take the doors out. The one out there, you can just take the glass shelves out and go, I'm going to play with these armies or whatever. This one, you've got to basically do it there. But, no system's perfect. Buy doors separate. Well, at some point, hopefully, I'll need another one. Because that means we got a lot of stuff done. So, okay, so let's mix we said we're going to use this brush. Yeah, this is a good brush for this. This is where we're going to use that flow aid. I'm going to find a color that's about where we were at. I could test it on here. It's a little too light. Okay. And then we put in some items of interest. Just some imperfections, so maybe some scuffs and we're going to weather over it as well. We're going to do some dry brushing for the dirt and stuff and the dust. So it's not, but there's some subtleness, imperfections and stuff that just add some interest. Not to the point of chipping, because it just, the chipping is like one of those things that if you do it yourself, I've experimented very little with it. First of all, it takes forever and a day. And it looks great when other people do it, but sometimes when you do things yourself, you're like, oh, I remember what I was thinking about when I put that chip in. It becomes a little too, like, who are you fooling kind of thing. Who do you think you're fooling? Okay, let's just go ahead and work on the body of this. So now let's pick out some stuff that is going to be lighter. It's going to stand out a little bit more. Got a piece of spare track there. Do these edges. But I actually don't mind chipping. I don't like dust effects. And dust effects makes everything look more subtle and it'll get lost on a gaming table. So I'm going for a graphic novel look. I want it to be realistic, but not so much that it blends into everything and it just gets lost. There's a little bit of a bend here in that plate, so we're going to drop a little bit of a line there to kind of accentuate that. I'm just watching a video just yesterday about how this particular YouTuber took an old model they'd worked on a long time ago and refurbished it. It's a guy that actually paints really, really well, named Night Shift. You probably know who he is. And he just, like, it was funny. I almost made a comment. I don't put negative comments on people's stuff because he did a really good job. It looks better than a real vehicle, right? You put a real vehicle next to it and it's like, ah, that looks like trash. But he's painting his Panzer too. And it looks amazing. I'm looking at the numeral of it, and the numeral of it is 283. And I'm like, there's no way, unless it's a made-up number, like, to confuse the enemy. So that's second company, 8th platoon, 3rd vehicle. There's no German company that had 8 platoons in it. That's absurd. That middle number would never be higher than, I think 5 is really pushing the limit. So maybe they had a purpose behind it, but I'm like, you're like an an incredible painter, but you're off on that. But I don't go and put negative stuff because I mean, I'll never paint as good as he does. I don't want to spend 50 hours on a tank, But he is an incredible painter, among others. There's many on there, and that's good because people like that deserve to be recognized. But I don't go and put negative shit like, "Hey, you fucked up the number, dumbass." Maybe there's a reason he did behind it, but. But I'm trying to strike a balance between realism and being able to see it in detail 3 or 4 feet away. But also, it's got to look good up close. Because I'm not like, oh, that looks great. Oh, but don't look close to the camera. I'm like, I'm naturally nearsighted. So I can't help but paint things that can look good up close. Don't get too close or it looks like trash, And also not spend a lifetime painting each thing because we got a lot of things to paint. But this is really quite relaxing, honestly. And I'm not going to paint. I don't know if these things are rubber down there. I'm not going to, in this case, I'm not going to paint them in rubber because by the time I dust that area is going to be so freaking dirty. I won't make a difference. I'll do it on other vehicles, but they're kind of hidden all the way down there. I'm not going to mess with them too much. I'm going to leave them be. I don't cut many corners. I'll give myself that one to cut. Do the edge of these hatches so that they pop away from the body. So I want to get this stuff painted because I want to work on buildings, but I can't justify buying buildings and shit when I got so many vehicles to do. Doesn't have to be, extremely standing out. I think this is good enough. I think this thing's good enough for that. All right, let's get the main turret now, and then we will look at decaling this thing. I know we're going to put a big red star here in the middle. I don't want it to go over any rivets because I don't want any issues with microsol and all that shit. That's a long process, so I will put it on there, but I don't want to put somewhere where it's going to have to fight that for a long time. So can you see what I'm talking about? Even though these aren't the right scale, they'll be okay on the playing surface. I mean, this still looks like a huge freaking tank. The T-28 still look like a medium tank. You know, I don't plan on having any 1/72 or 1/76 scales of any of these models. I don't need more than one of these things in any scenario, so I wouldn't put them next to as something else that was the other scale, but by themselves, I think they'll do just fine. And honestly, it sounds like a bigger crime than it actually is when you see it. Like I said, it's not that noticeable. Yeah, they'll look fine when they're even on the tabletop. So, said luckily they're large vehicles. You know, they're not a T-70 or something. It's going to look like a go-kart. Now, if they were crummy looking models, I wouldn't be doing this. And they are actually missing quite a few details. If you look like at a scale model of one of these things, it's got all kinds of shit everywhere. So they're a little minimalist, but I had them. Would I go and buy them now? No. Did I look and see what else that they had in the scale? No, I'm not interested. But these guys that have been patiently waiting inside of a box, I mean, hell, I had to dust them. I had to dust these things off before I could do anything with them because they had so much dust. And they were in a sealed box and they had a lot of dust. Because there's 187 scale stuff I've had that looks terrible. I mean, it just is lack of detail and small and yeah. Yeah, if I needed a third T-28, I don't know what I'd do. I do have a scenario that has like 9 T-34s in it. But that's T-34s, and it's also, you know, Kursk or that kind of stuff. Now, I've played 1 to 5 scale games before. And they're okay. They don't tickle my fancy. They're not. Worth spending this amount of detail on painting all the stuff for it, in my opinion. And you're going to see the differences between like a T-34 and a Panzer III. A 2-man turret versus a 3 should be pretty apparent. You play something like Command Decision, a T-34 is better than a Panzer III in every which way. It's got more armor, it's faster, has the same rate of fire, and has a better gun. You know, we're talking 1941. Has no detriments. Whereas in real life, that wasn't the case. the German tanks and American tanks and many of the British tanks were kings of the battlefield as far as efficiency inside of the crew. You're purposely looking for different size figures right now, but you're painting skeletons still. Skeletons. Speaking of which, April, May, June. Less than 3 months till Diablo 4. Supposedly. You know, we still have weathering on top of this, so it's not like there's not going to be other. You know, even though we're not doing chipping, even though we're not doing oil stuff, we still have 3 or 4 colors of green type stuff, plus 2 weatherings on top of it. So there's lots of different intricate levels. Oh crap, grandkids. No, I'm not looking forward to that. That's hopefully a long ways away for me. All right, let me put my glasses and step away from this and see if this looks somewhat reasonable to start on the decal phase. Okay, let's rinse this. I'm gonna go check on one thing and I'll be right back to start decaling. Okay, gotta check on the other people I share the abode with. Okay. So as always, I'm trying to get better at showing you guys what stuff on screen, but I can't really surf and do that. I'm handicapped enough mentally that I don't know how to do that. But I think I shaved? No. I shaved yesterday. Saved some stuff here on a T35. I'd like to do one of those little red lines and stuff on the turret tops, but those seem to be. Actually, I may not have saved anything on T35s. They're easy enough to find, though. Let's just take a little bit of a gander. Let's get off of this IKEA page where you sent me down the. But I highly recommend their stuff. You can find something there. It's pretty affordable compared to everywhere else. We're going to do a search, Google image search for T-35 Soviet tank and see what kind of inspiration we get. Images. I don't want a big logo on the side of it. Not a fan of that. That one has one on the roof. And I'm wondering, honestly, if I have the right turret. If this isn't the turret for the T-28, because the T-35 one has a red star on it, and this one doesn't, but I don't care. It's not that big of a deal. I've seen T-28s with a red star on them as well, so those lines that have around like the turret tops on these tanks seem to be more of a 1936 and earlier type of thing. So I'm not really keen on necessarily doing one of those. I think I was reading last night that they only had they built like 85 of these, but only like 54 of them were like functioning where the Germans invaded. And of course, that's what we really want to focus on. They were all in one tank division. Does this one have a number on it? Oh, because that would be awesome if it did. Because that adds a little bit of interest to it. Let's see. Unfortunately, it's a damn black and white photo. No, it's got like the Germans came in there and captured and put OKH on it. So that's not it. We're definitely going with a red star on the side of it. And I'd like to have a number or a numeral or something on the. Oh, this looks gorgeous. That thing looks great. But it's got the red lines on the top, which just weren't period specific. I could just say F it and do it anyways. I like them apples. You know, you're the creator. You get to decide how it gets done. What's this right here? It's instructions from a Zvezda kit. If you're looking for paint schemes for vehicles, a resource that's really good is one called ScaleMates. It is a okay. This has a little white square with a 1 on it. So ScaleMates allows you to, and where's that located? That would be located on this little panel there. Okay, and the red star is above the rivets here. Okay, so that's where it ends up being. Okay. All right, let me take a quick gander on ScaleMate, see if I see something. If not, we're going to just move forward with what we know. So ScaleMates is a website where you can, I think it's a community, let me lose this for a second. It's a community site where people can contribute to things and they can upload pictures of instructions and stuff like that for like model kits. So if you want to know, like, hey, I wonder what comes with this kit, what decals or whatever comes in, or what are the piece counts, or you can't do it for everything, but there's many things that it is very useful for. And we'll search for T-35. Battle for Moscow ICM. All right. Let's see. I see a model kit that has decals that look interesting on it. And something that does not have. Now there's those white triangles. Well, that just looks like he didn't know what to do. Okay, so I don't have a lot of different kit options. And they make this, S model makes this, which is you get 2 kits for it. That's, if I didn't have one of these, that's what I would have done. But man, I think it's got to be massive, because those are true 1/72 scale. Let's go into this Zvezda. All right, let me go to this ICM kit, which has some writing on the side of it, and see if there's other stuff with it, and see if somebody uploaded they did not upload instructions for it and sets of decals. So that one that has like a Ukrainian symbol. Now I want a red star on it. I'm actually a fan of red stars. It looks good. It's a nice. Okay, so neither one of those 2 ICM kits have a set of decals. What about this one? It probably doesn't have it as well. Nobody uploaded it. Correct. Okay. I would just stands to reason that the more common kits would have them, and more uncommon. Here's one that is Battle for Moscow 1941. That particular vehicle has like no decals on it at all. Here's a book. Francis Pullman, Fallen Giants, the combat debut of the T-35A tank. That one just has some those weird white triangles. I'm not going to do that. It just looks like wrong. Well, I think that if I can't come up with an answer, I'm probably going to forego adding any numbers to it. I'm only going to have one T-35. Let's look at the Zvezda 35th scale. Zvezda kits seem to be pretty popular. There are instructions there. Let's see what it gives you. Go all the way to the end where the decal section is. Man, this thing's got a lot of parts in it. And it only gives you 2 examples. We'll look at one more thing and then we're going to move forward with it. Because you literally could spend an entire day just looking through stuff. At some point you got to make a decision. IDK. Do we get anything from IDK? No, this is not a popular vehicle. Ooh, what's this? Let's visit this page. Click on image to see gallery. Yes, please. Image 1 of 8. T-35, highly detailed model of famous Soviet... Oh, that sounds better in the Russian accent. Highly detailed model of Soviet 5-turreted tank. There's a 1935 Moscow parade camouflage, 1941 war camouflage, 41 propaganda variant, all kinds of stuff. This is like a 3D model or something. Okay, that one has no color on it, no markings. Okay, this is a 1935 Moscow parade variant. Has the little red with the dashes. This is a... Doesn't tell you which one this one is, but it doesn't have anything other than a red star. "1941 World War II Ilya Morovets." It actually has writing on the front of the turret here of the thing. That might be cool if I can get a good picture of it. I'm not as scared of writing that Russian calligraphy. Okay, this is a... I don't see a rusty muffler part or anything. So let's take a look at... I don't have the whole viewing of the whole writing here. Damn it, man. Let me see if... let's save this image. Yep. All right. It's a shame that the KVs aren't more accessible for affordable ones, because I can't wait to get into them. Oh. That's kind of hidden. Save that as well. Let's go to this place, and if not, we're just gonna wing it. That one literally only has a red star, and they actually moved it over a little bit, which I may do, because then I don't have to worry about going over those damn rivets. Oh, so the triangles were actually painted by the Germans. Germans have painted a white warning on the front fender. This tank is abandoned on the roadside. White triangles for air identification were common in the 67th Tank Regiment. Oh, so maybe that's okay. Well, why would they be on the side of the turret if it's for air identification? That's a low-flying plane. Chassis numbers starting with 148, 339, 288, 220, 228, 183, and 537 all had single turret hatch. A total of 31 tanks, while chassis number all had PAA. Okay, let's look at the turret on this bastard. This is, I'm pretty sure this is S2. Okay. Well, I don't know where that number would figure in anything. No markings on it as well. Okay, this one has a number on the side of it. Looks like they tried to jam a 14 in there and did a crappy job of it. That one only has a red star. I'm just going to leave it blank. I'm just going to leave it blank. Okay. Enough of that. Well, I'd show you guys a picture, but there's nothing really even worth mentioning about. White lines on the early tanks for operational purpose and campaign. Painting along Napoleonics. Hobby Boss do a 235. They show two marking schemes with only red stars, no numbers, but red or yellow stripes on the top of the turret. Yeah, so let's do what I should have already done. First of all, let's get rid of this coffee. It's a bad place for it. Cold coffee, I should say. And that is, this stuff is working great. Pledge Floor Care. I remember it was very difficult to find. And I haven't decided whether it's going to be here or right beside it. So we're going to go ahead and put the gloss coat on that whole area. It's going to be somewhere there. And likewise, it would be over here. So we'll let that dry. I don't think we need to put decals anywhere else. Yeah, there's one that has like a 14 that's jammed in here, but it's very, very like haphazardly painted, and I don't want it to look that shitty. That's pretty shitty bang bang. All right, that's closed up. All right, you get out of the way here. Let's go to the decals. How big can we go? Now, the biggest ones aren't that big. Can we fit the biggest ones on there? Absolutely. Absolutely, they're not that big. So we're gonna go with the two biggest. Do we still have water in here? Perfect. Let's cut these two decals out. Gotta order X-Acto-Knife blades. I think I'm gonna try to order some from Amazon, even if I get Ching Chang Chung ones. We'll see if they're worth a damn. They're just, I just don't want one breaking off and going in my eye. And I don't feel like I need to wear eye protection when using an X-Acto blade. That's a little too. We'll see. Maybe we won't buy the cheapest ones we find. Somewhere in the middle. They're still going to be less than the stores. Hobby Boss, yeah. I wish they put the Pegasus. I don't know if Pegasus is out of business or something like that. You can't find the KV1, KV2 set. What did I just break off? I felt it move. Oh, that thing. What did I do with the spare one? Here it is. Not that I have a problem losing this, because just put it over there. I'll add that after everything's done. Stuff has a pleasant smell, actually. Let's go ahead and put this on here. And we'll let it have to sit there for a little bit. I want to see how this one turned out that was on the front of this vehicle. It's freaking great. Yeah. I saw that from an illustration. I would never put one there, but that's what the illustration shows, so works for me. Okay, microset. I'm always afraid I want to tip one of these things over. Boop. I'm going to put it over both areas, and we'll move this thing around as we need. Get our tweezer, which has got dried paint on it. So let me try my experiment with the Purell. Ah. Yep. Pretty much just wipes off. Wow. What a time saver. This is a good one. I don't know where I got this tweezer, but it says Switzerland. It fits in either place. Put it centered over these rivets. I think it probably looks a little bit better there. And then over here, centered over those rivets as well. Looks good there. Take a little bit of the tissue. Soak some of this stuff up. Tissue? No. Paper towel. I had a couple of months ago, I had a big drink that I went through the drive-thru and it had a hole in it. And my cup holder, I didn't know that it had a hole in it. And my cup holder filled to the brim with soda. Thank goodness it wasn't sweetened soda, or it would have been a nightmare. And I'm like, well, I gotta get this stuff out. And I normally keep like napkins and stuff in my car. And I also had a roll of paper towels, but it was in the back, it was in the trunk at the time. So, you know, I stopped. I was already stopped when I noticed that it happened. And tried to soak up the soda with napkins. It was useless. It was just like no good whatsoever. As soon as you use a paper towel is like infinitely more absorbent than napkins. I mean, it's not even close. Like, don't even bother using a napkin. It's useless. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and put some micro sol on it. Try to thin that out a little bit. These decals are not very thick, but I'm gonna try to use this product that I have already. And just let that be for a little bit. And that's the only decals this bastard's gonna have. Big bastard. All right. We can get rid of this. Let's go ahead and finish the basing on these vehicles while that dries. So you gotta keep moving. Okay, let's get this water out of the way. We don't need that right now. All right. Let's get my tufts out. Which are Lowland shrubs. They're Lowlanders. And the thing I need to replace soon, which is the dark green shrubs from Gamer's Grass. Okay, how many vehicles do I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 T-34s plus this guy. I'm going to do an average of, let's say, 2 of each of these. All right, and I have a handful of them that I already pulled out from previous and did not use. So this is approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 2 more of these. And this is Gamer's Grass dark green shrubs. These things do vary a bit, so I am hesitant to order them online because the color that these happen to be is perfect. And I think I picked these up at Historicon. I could be wrong. But there's a store the next town over that carries this stuff. It's actually a very nice store. It's a gamer store. And they have these products. I don't know if they've got this particular one, but next time I go south, I'm going to try and stop in there and see if they carry that. Here's the other shrubs that I use. These are from Army Painter. And let's grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And if not, they'll just be reused at a later time, but that way I'm not fiddling between these two things. All right. We won't need this for the time being. Put this away. And let's get the grass stuff. The grass stuff is located these days where? Here. So that's what we're going to do first. Let's get some PVA, as you Brits like to call it. Polyvinyl acrylate or something. Elmer's glue in American. There's other brands, but everybody knows what this stuff is. This stuff's been around forever. It's one of those supplies that you have to have you have to bring to school as a kid. Made in the USA. It's a miracle. Okay. Sounds like a kid with a snotty nose. And unfortunately, I have to do these one at a time. Let's get a brush. We don't care too much about its feelings. Better brushes in here than I remember. This one should be good. And I use this to put this stuff in places where there might be boo-boos also. And we're going to put some grass right here, some there. And I actually like these on stands for multiple reasons. And one of them that's kind of nice is it kind of gives you an idea of what the terrain looks like, possibly, in the area that it operates in. I'd like to think it does, anyhow. Okay, and then we will, and yes, this will have a crew at some point. I will have to stop what I'm doing, come over here. Get the, where's the tweezer at? Here. We'll need that in a second, maybe. Let's take it back with a brush, brush some of it down. Come over here. So we're looking like this. And then let's just finish this one completely out. Let's just go ahead and do that. We're going to use a happy green shrubbery up front. Okay. And let's use another happy green shrubbery. I'll have to cut that one down a little bit. However they make these, they tend to like stick to each other even in the leaf area. I'm going to put one over here. And maybe a little one over here. And that's just of this color. So let's go ahead and glue these in place. And they are self-adhesive to a point, but you really can't count on that to really get you through. Okay. And just using this little bit of glue, I've, knock on wood, never had one come off. If it did, it's not that big of a deal. It's silly to revisit things. It's silly to do things in a sloppy enough manner that you're going to have to fix them again. Just do them right the first time. Okay. Then, let's get the other color, the Lowlanders. And we'll put some Lowlanders in here. I'm going to put one right here. Mist getting run over somehow. I don't worry about putting tank tracks and stuff like that. We don't know how it got to this position. It could have moved backwards to get here. Okay. And we're going to put two more. I got plenty of this lowlands grass. Let's cut one of these in half. And they do come with different sizes, but we need these a little more narrower than circular. Come on. Okay. And we'll put this one up here. This one just happens to be that I kind of made it symmetrical, adding two of each on each side, one of each on the front. But I'm not consistent with that. That just happens to be in this one. This one has a lot of space around the vehicle. So it's an opportunity to kind of make it look a little bit more like it's in its environment than normal. Well, it'd be nice if you would glue down and stay down. And there we have it, a Martyr 2. Ugly Duckling. And we'll have a crew in there, what have you, but she's done. All right, T34 time. And these jokers are heavy. We're actually going to need some paint for this. Let's see, do we need any paint for the T28s? No, we'll do the T28s first. None there, okay. Not this one. None there, none there. Okay, cool. Let's do the T28s first. Let's lose the turret. We're going to have to tilt this at some angles where that could kind of get in the way. All right, let's do the same thing. This is the model that's 1/87th scale. And I'm telling you, it doesn't look half bad. This is why I seal before I do this, because I don't want to spray on this grass. The only thing I don't have sealed is the terrain on here. Let's put this over here and get some shrubbery, one that's not too expensive. What happened here? There we go. That snotty-nosed kid. This one doesn't have as much meat around it. We're going to forego putting one on the front or the back because it's just going to get lost there. We're only going to put one of that. Well, it'd be nice if he would stick down, dude. And then on this one for variety, let's cut one of these in half and put both of these on this side. Just looks weird under these lights. Wrong color. T28, complete. Next one. Okay, do we need a refill on this stuff? I think so that it's a little easier to grab. I've had this stuff since about 2004 when I built my first DBA army, and I still have this much in it. This is Farm Pasture color from Scenic Express. It actually came with a set with 5 other colors. I don't use any of the other ones. And this stuff that falls in there, we'll recoup that. Try to reuse stuff. It's stupid to be wasteful. Let's lose the turret. Come on. Thank you. See, by the time we're done with this, the T-35 will be nice and dry. We can finish her up. All right. On the other T-28, it has one bright green bush up here. So here, can we put this whole thing on there? I bet we can. Yep. Okay. What do we have on this other side? None. Okay. Well, we can put a small one. Let's put the small one right here. Okay, now for the other style. Does this fit okay as a whole one? Yeah, I'm gonna put it up there. And then let's put another whole one there. It's a little smaller. No. I want to take a look at these two guys. Man, I'm really happy with how those look. Or at least it fits the impression I thought they were going to have. And let's put them next to an early T-34. Yeah, I think they look fine. I think they look fine for gaming pieces. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. So I'm going to try a new method when I make some more of these T-34s of cutting the machine gun off, because I cut it off and replace it with sprue because it's just too thick and it's attached to the hull on these old Skytrex things. But yeah, I think they look the part. Man, these things are heavy. Okay. How do they look compared to the infantry? Let's pull out some infantry. Let's pull out some Soviet infantry. Let's pull out some Soviet infantry I like. Other than the basing. Disregard the basing. They're not going to look like this. We need to bring these guys up to the 21st century. Who we got here? We have Budenkin. We have Gebev. We have Grigoriev. And we have Goldash. They don't look bad. I mean, you know, they don't look bad size-wise. You know, they're smaller. Okay, so they're 15% smaller. Whatever, you know. Now, look at this behemoth. You know, keep in mind this is supposed to be even freaking bigger. Does it need to be bigger to get the point across? No, it's a friggin' land battleship. You know, it's like a wall. Bring up the wall. We need to hide behind it. You know. Yeah. So these figures, look fine other than the basing. So I'm going to take the nameplates off. And you know, I like the nameplates because see what happens is you've got chits based on each person when you're playing the game. So you pull a chip for Budenkin, and if they're named only on the bottom, you have to flip every single guy over to see, is it this guy, is it this guy, is it this guy, is it this guy? No. So you're double handling them instead of seeing, oh, it's the guy named Budenkin on the back. You know, I don't mind them with, you know, I want them to consistently be the same name. So these guys start having their own kind of, you know, ideas when you use them from battle to battle. But these guys were painted done 20 years ago. You know, the painting on them is faces and everything. They're about as good as anything I do now. But the basing's no good. The basing's no good. So we're just going to. What I've done in the past is actually tried to scrape off this because this is just painted green and then put in the woodland scenic stuff, and that's it. And that doesn't cut it. That doesn't cut it by today's standards. So do I have a modern one that I've done? This guy, he's a little bit better. He's an American, and we put a tuft on there. But anyhow, I need to spend some time and I almost feel like I'd rather just make new figures, you know, and just move forward with it. It's not going to have enough to paint, so. But anyhow, all these guys happen to be combat miniatures guys from my favorite sculptor. So, yeah, I think they look fine. They're going to work fine on the battlefield. And, you know, they look pretty good considering the non-complicated methods that I've been using to base them. Now, some of these T-34s are going to need paint because a little bit of a gap formed. Let me see if I can find one. Yeah, a little bit of a gap formed here where you can see the base color. So it's not really that big of a deal. I'm going to do it with Iraqi sand. I think I should be able to do it. Just that should be enough. So we're going to take some of this. I'm not even going to put it out on a palette or anything. I'm just going to just take a brush. Actually, I probably need to use a brush bigger than that. That's it. It's not a big deal. This one has a bigger part showing. What we're going to do is we're going to put Elmer's there and we're going to put grass there, and that'll hide all that nicely. Okay, not really much more than that. That may have been the biggest offender, that one right there. No, this one's pretty bad too. And this is mostly due to the, I waited too long to do this. It got too difficult to try to cut this stuff out, so. It's getting to be a little too chiselly, having to chisel this stuff out. Okay, so let's rinse this so we don't have a snafu. And let's grass these guys up. We get this game going. It's going to be a beautiful looking game. That's my goal, is I want a good looking game. I mean, obviously it's got to be fun to play too, but. All right. I see people in magazines get to play cool looking games. I'm guessing they're playing a game, they're not just setting things up and not playing with it. That'd be rude to lead us all astray like that. Oh, this stuff got a little too hard. Yeah, if you do all the glue first, by the time you get around to the first one, it's too hard to the stuff to stick on it properly. So, kind of have to do them one at a time. I also don't do this in huge batches like this. This is kind of a, well, it just kind of happened this way. So just when you think I don't have any more Soviet vehicles to do, after we do the T-35, I'm not necessarily we're going to do it next. I honestly don't know. I'm not worried about what we're doing next. You know, I've still got 8 T-34-85s, 2 Su-100s. I want to do the Su-100s, I think. They weren't around in Bagration. They'll fit on these stands. And they're metal models that are really kind of crude. I can't wait to take something that just doesn't look that great and make it look great. Let me show them to you. No. ¿Dónde está el self-propelled gun? Really, no kidding. I have 2 of them. Yeah, and I'm really enjoying using the airbrush. Here it is. And I don't think I'm going to strip them. So this almost has like, seems like automotive paint. They come in like this. They're a company called, Jesus, I don't remember what they are. They're all like a bunch of Russian shit. You can get them online. They come in like this. Now they are die cast, so they're pretty heavy, but they do have some plastic parts in them. All these road wheels are plastic. The gun is plastic. The fuel cans is plastic. No, the fuel cans are plastic. But then you've got some stuff like that, some molded wire and stuff on here that's, you know, if you could get some of this paint off, it might have a little bit more detail. But then you'd have to take all these plastic things off and then strip it. And I don't think I'm going to take it apart. I think I'm just going to paint it over it, and it'll look good enough. This is a cool looking vehicle. And that's a kick-ass gun, man. A 100, Russian 100. I think you can pretty much take out anything, especially at these ranges. You got to remember, this is a centimeter equals a meter. So your board is only going to be like 150 meters most across, by maybe 300 meters long. It's point blank range. We may do this next because I think this is going to be really telling how much better it looks from when it started to how it finished. So I remember I had that one, was it the Germans? I think it was the Germans that captured my German campaign on Gates of Hell Ostfront. When I was playing the Germans, they captured a Russian 100, and they were pushing it around, and that thing is just deadly. Deadly. I mean, it's not a Pack 43, but it's pretty close. I mean, it's a bigger round. But, you know, that's a late 44, early 45 kind of weapon. But we may do them next. I'm really enjoying painting the Soviet vehicles. They're turning out really well. hand painting the slogans and stuff like that. There's a lot to like there. There's a lot to like. But I got stuff I can strip it with, but it'll eat all the plastic. So I got to figure out how to get that gun mantlet off without damaging it. And I just don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it to try to go down that road. And next thing I've got a broken one, and I'm not really sure how thick that the paint is on it. It'll have more detail, but I don't know if it's going to be that much more really to justify all that destruction I'm going to cause. Because I've done stuff like that before, and I'm like, oh, it really wasn't worth stripping, and it didn't have that much detail that was being hidden anyways. I don't know why I was making such a big deal out of it. But sometimes you see other people do stuff on the internet and like, that looks like a really good idea. And then you do it and like, why did I waste my time doing that? It's not that big of a deal. You've got to, sometimes you got to cut corners, and you got to be judicious about which ones you choose to cut. Because sometimes the effort isn't really worth it. To just go ahead and do them the long way. I don't cut very many corners of what I do, but okay. This little guy. Let's just go ahead and just do all the grassing. Let's not set them on the laptop because there is a magnet on here, and computers tend to go nuts when you put a magnet on them. I don't like that a whole lot. And this is the same thing I did with the Shermans. The Shermans are boring looking. You can make them look not boring. Give them a little bit of personality. The German stuff's always really, it kind of, just from their variety of numbers and all kinds of stuff that they did, you can certainly make them interesting looking, a lot easier than you can the Soviet stuff. But the Soviet stuff needs to be interesting too, as you're the player. All right, let's do the same thing with the grass on this one. So I don't know what I'm going to do next, but it doesn't really matter. I'll do some German vehicles for Kursk. I don't know. We're going to do them all, so it doesn't really matter. I'm pretty certain at this point that we're going to do them all. I'm really enjoying this stuff. Okay. This turret goes with this one. Next. Number 27. Comrade 27. could mix and match your turrets, but I'd rather not. Painted them all together with one that goes with the other, so they're all physically the same turret. ¿A qué edad se jubilan en USA? At what age do you retire? Well, you can start getting some benefits at 61, but it's not full retirement until 67, and then some people work past that. So my goal is not to work in my 70s. That's it. So I'll be 52 this year, and knock on wood, I'm pretty healthy. I look a lot younger than most people do 52, but I don't really have any substance abuse problems, or this stuff keeps me young. So, but normally 67. But I would say most people work until their 70s. I don't think very many people work. Yeah, 67. Yep. I would say that most people, unless they work for the government or something like that and have like multiple pensions and stuff like that, they work into their 70s. But I don't know. I haven't taken a poll or anything. 61 is the earliest you can receive benefits. So I have enough stuff to retire in 10 years. I mean, I could retire right now. I got plenty of stuff to do. It's not like I'm bored, but So, and who knows in 10 years or 20 years what situation's going to be like. Things are very different now than 20 years ago. Things getting stupider and more expensive, and it's better not to worry about it. It's better to stay in the 20 millimeter land where everything is killing fascists and communists. World's more simple when you're just doing that on the tabletop. Okay, we can put this away. I have a little lid for this guy, don't I? Keeps dust and stuff from coming in there. I think I have one. I don't know where it is right now. We'll put him down here. Yo no llego a esas edad ni de coña. There's no way you're going to get to 67? Yeah, I know you're younger than I am. Maybe not by much. I thought you were a lot younger than I am, but I'm guessing you're in your 40s. 67 for state pension for me, yeah. I wish I could retire when I'm 67. I better not get my hopes up. I'm just going to leave it at that. My only goal is not work in my 70s. I got so much stuff to keep me busy, All right, we need more toughs. I thought I did. We have 4 more vehicles, right? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 of those. All right, let's get some more of the Lowlanders. 67. You're not going to make it to 67? 1, 2, 3. I see people in a lot worse shape than I am, and they make it a lot older than I am. I knock on wood, have people in my family that have made it to 90. So I gotta live a long time, folks, man. I gotta share this stuff with you guys, And USA Carnival, there is only New Orleans, probably. No, not really. USA isn't really a religious country, But if it was, it would be a predominantly Protestant country. So, no carnival for that, generally. At least in the South, of predominantly repressive Protestant. I should be 25 years old. I feel like I'm 25 years old, but I'm about to be flipped. I'm about to be 52, but I feel like I'm 25. I do. And last time I was working on this stuff, I was 25. So we need to keep it going. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of people that I meet, and when I find out how old they are, I'm like, man, you look like shit. You look like shit for being that age. But, a lot of it is genetics. I got good genetics in that department. We all look young. I had a dad that he didn't start looking his age. I don't know if he ever started looking his age, but he was good even into his 70s. But there's no doubt that this helps you maintain your youth, because it's stress reducing. 53 feels like 63. Oh man. Well, how would you know you're not 63 yet? Oh, I guess we're lost in translation. Okay, here we go. Alberto, ¿qué edad tienes? There we go. Let's cut the crap. Just ask him how old you are. I don't know. Your picture doesn't look that old. Well, that's not his picture. Dungeon Master. You're 103 years old, Right? That's what you have, the Dungeon Master picture? Oh, mucho. Estuvo en la guerra de... I'm still used to people that were in Vietnam to be in their 50s. The last 30 years have just been a blur. You just get to a point where, each year is less of a big deal. I think it probably happens to everybody. Most war gamers are about a decade older than I am. And from England. I'm sorry, Britain. Whenever I say England, just substitute Britain or the UK, however you want to see fit. Okay. So this one we only have one happy green one. And more of the bitter colored. I've got more of the bitter colored ones. This is for Soviet Moldova. Yes, we're liberating them into slavery. Tengo 48. Oh, casi somos la misma edad. I know a lot of folks in their 60s, all they do is moan. That's me. I complain how things used to be, but I don't complain about feeling old. I never complain about being like, aparento 30 y me gustan cosas de 14. Yeah. Ahí estoy yo. Yeah. I live with somebody that's your age, but I'm not going to tell you who that is. Where is the happy bush on that one? I don't want to put the happy bush on the same place. It's not there. Perfect. And we're going to put a happy bush on this side. We're going to put this one at the front. I won't build liberation Russians. I won't be like, hey, Poland, we've come to liberate you. Fuck you, commie. Go away. I like to think that I'm still youthful. Maybe that's because the real test will be the next 40 years of Trish in 30s or 40s. You won't feel any different. ¿Tienes más de 50? Tengo 51. Voy a tener 52 este año. Yeah. No lo siento. I don't feel it. I don't act like it. You know? I still never feel old. Ever. I'm just like, that isn't worth it. Or I've done that and that wasn't as fun as I thought it was going to be. But I didn't really have a crazy life. You know, I never did crazy shit. And the biggest difference is I used to stay up late and like wake up at like 11. But that was in my 20s. Like I wouldn't do that. Like, what, start your day at 11? Jeez, it's almost time to go to work. Screw that noise. Pa carajo. We're not doing that. Okay. Happy Bushka. Okay. Oh no, don't get this stuff on here. We're gonna have un reguero. No reguero. Alright, we're gonna need more because that stuff of course is drying at a high rate of speed. No aparentas en absoluto, parece más joven. Creo que quiere llegar a los 80. Por lo menos, I hope. Espero que tenga buen salud. We all need to move more. That's all our problems. We need to just go out and fucking walk. You know? I got about 30 pounds I could stand losing. And, you know, your metabolism disappears. And you don't know where the hell it went. You know? Are we out of happy bushes? Oh, we have ourselves a problem. Let's go ahead and grab them before we get stuff drying here. Let's grab, I don't mind having, well, let's grab these two. And then this one is done. Okay, let's knock out that thing. And then use this one. And then this one's done. And now we're down to just these. Okay, that should be enough of those. These are easily found. I found a place you can get them. This Gamer's Grass one's online. But I'm afraid they're going to look significantly different. The picture that's shown online does not look representative of these, so I'm a little hesitant. I probably should try it, and if they're no good, I'll just return them. Let's get a third one, because I'm running out fast. If I run out of these, time to switch to the desert, where I don't need to use these. In the desert, for North Africa, I'm going to do the same basing scheme as my desert troops, and I think they're going to look stellar. Do I have any of them here? I don't. Shit. Oh, you've seen them before. So I can't wait to do North Africa, but I have 0 infantry for North Africa, and I really don't want buy infantry at this point. I also haven't seen any North African figures that I'm dying to paint by the manufacturer. I like AB, but even though they're cast well, they just seem a little too wooden for me. I don't know. They're also not inexpensive. They're pretty pricey. But there's a Spanish company called... Some companies I just can't keep straight. Is it Zan? Xan? And or there's another one, Plana Mayor or something like that, and they make some Africa core. I don't think they make desert rats, and you need them both, you know. Especially because I'm actually looking forward to do the British stuff more than the Africa core. The Africa core vehicles, I think I'm going to have to make them look a little bit more messy than I'm going to want to get them to look right, and I'm a little apprehensive of that. And I don't want to order anything from Spain because it's prohibitive. The shipping is prohibitive on anything. Spain, Italy, they're both bad. I ordered a book from Spain one time, and it was like a $50 book, and it cost $50 in shipping to me. And that was, a decade ago when things were a little better. I can't imagine what they cost now. Everything I want comes from Europe, Another commie bastard done. All right, what'd I miss? Age 10 years, looking after grandchild. Great sacrifice, though. Somebody has to inherit my lead. Lead and plastic hobby mountain. Yeah. Estuvo en la guerra de secesión. También conozco. I don't know about all that. I don't like American history. American history is boring. Only American history I would play would be like a good game of like conquistadors or something like that. That'd be fun. That's a lot of natives to paint. I don't care what scale you're playing, you're going to be painting a lot of indigenous people. They're actually the only Native Americans I would do that I find interesting are the Central and South American ones. I would never do like Plains Wars or anything. It just doesn't interest me at all. Again, American history. Especially as somebody who never watched Westerns. Okay. Are we done? Maybe. We save these for the next time that something comes along. Let's get everything in view here in one big picture. How about that? And the picture's going to look like crap because this video isn't ideal for that sort of thing. Oh, interesting. There's a tiny little angle in these stands. You can see how they're like pointed a little bit towards this. not really that important, but and not noticeable until you do something like that. Hey, you shouldn't be advanced. This isn't Flames of War. You shouldn't be advancing tanks in a freaking line like this. This isn't Napoleonic columns and stuff like that. I don't know, and they look better in real life than they do there. I'm really happy with them. I'm really, really happy with them. They all have some personality. Okay. How does it look with something like T26s? Okay, time to put these guys away. We just need to clear all the infantry off this level. I don't think I'm going to be able to keep the infantry in here. I think this is going to be a tanks only display case. Man, these things are heavy. Happy Sunday. I'm off for President's Day? No, I have a roll job. What do I look like, a bank? Oh, I forgot Mr. Martyr. Mardito. Hot damn. Okay. Now, we know these decals are dry enough. What do I look like, a bank? Nope. Oh. I kill me. Alright, we gotta paint tracks and shit. Alright? That means a return of this thing, which I'm becoming to not be a fan of, because this thing takes a lot of real... There's the damn lid. It's starting to take up a lot of real estate. A lot of real estate. Oh, for President's Day. Slacker. Nope. We get like 5 vacation days a year. You ready? New Year's Day. We don't get another one until Memorial, 4th of July, Labor Day, Thanksgiving Day and the day after Thanksgiving, and then Christmas. That's it. And normally, frequently, we're closed between Christmas and New Year's. You know, but you don't get those days. You got to take them off, which works for me. I don't like to work at that time. That and, you know, you get a new set of days, you know, the following week. So, that's it. We don't get a lot of days off. And I've been maxed out on days off for a decade. So I don't get any more days off than where I'm at for a decade. So, but I'm not on call, and I'm not thinking about the salt mine right now. I don't ever think about it when I'm not there. So that's worth something, I think. So we got to do tracks. We got to do a shovel. That's it. There ain't much to it. Oh, the machine guns. So we got black stuff and we got track stuff. Okay. Let's do the black stuff.
Les falta una chica rusa encima para ser perfectos.
Oh, there's some cute ones, that's for sure.
Sí puede ser en lencería.
I don't know if the Russian girls of the 40s were cute, though. The ones now are, but the ones from the 40s, I don't know. There's cute people everywhere, though. I had a guy, one of my customers, that ended up marrying a mail order Russian. This was a long time. Was it a long time ago? It was 20 years ago. And he said the trick with it is make sure you have a picture of her smiling. I said, aha. Make sure they're smiling so, you don't have a girl problem. Don't have a girl problem with your girl. Oh, lencería is ropa interior. Oh, I did not know that. Again, a vocabulary issue. It's not a pronunciation issue for me, it's a vocabulary issue. I have the vocabulary of a 10-year-old in Spanish. In seriousness, what price does each tank cost in dollars? Okay, I would imagine that unpainted, you mean? O sea que sin pintar. So, these you can tell these were en un tiempo $15 cada uno. Pero yo pagué como 4 por cada uno. That's why I have so many. I paid a small portion of what they are. So, most vehicles in United States dollars are still about 15, nothing more than 20. Nada más de $20.
Nuevo. El euro y el dólar son similares. Yeah, a little bit sin pintar. 7 el kit me refiero.
Como un modelo no cuesta más nada que $20. Normalmente. Entre 8... de 10 a 20. But it depends on the shipping. See, Okay, we're going to switch to Spanish. Estos tanques valían como $15 cada uno. Los compré en una venta que tenía en una convención, que se había muerto alguien y su familia quería vender todas sus cosas y tenían como 60 de estos. Y me costaron como $4 cada uno en vez de 15. So, I hope that makes sense to you. But, it was an estate sale, and they were the guy had like 60 of these tanks, and first they were like $5 each, and I'm like, well, I'll take this one and this one and this one. I said I really want the early ones, and then he just made me a deal for hey, how about for this much, just take the rest of them? And I'm like, yeah, I'll take them.
¿Cómo que precio sin pintar es barato? Relación calidad-precio.
Sí, ya entiendes. Yeah. Yeah, the most expensive kits out there that are readily available are ones made by Dragon, from what I've seen, in this scale, 1/72 scale. And they're beautiful kits. There's nothing wrong with them. They run pretty expensive. I've even seen some like in the $30 range. Which the problem is that you gotta add shipping on top of that.
Lástima por el vendedor.
Yeah, es una lástima, se murió. No lo conocía. En esa convención última había hasta 2 ventas de ese tipo. Había 2 personas que habían fallecido y su familia estaba liquidando sus tanques que tenían. Y de casualidad eran la escala que yo hacía. Y bueno, me di banquete. Compré bastante. So now, in English, there was 2 estate sales at the last convention I went to. And both people's families were basically getting rid of their stuff that they didn't want. And I rarely buy things at conventions because I'm not tempted. And I went the whole hog, you know. We're gonna try and get all these things into all the T-34s that I have that are 1/76 scale. I would have bought them in 1/72. I wouldn't have bought this many. I mean, this is kind of absurd, but I'm enjoying the hell out of doing them. I need an X-Acto blade that has a point on it, and fat chance finding one. Any of you guys bought X-Acto blades through Amazon, and have you had any luck with them? I'm scared. I'm scared of getting ones that are they're gonna shatter and hurt me. I don't care about being durable. I care about, like, I need my appendages, you know? I don't need to be so frugal. I'm gonna get hurt. I'm gonna hurt myself. I think this should work. This might be a little on the big side. Let's do a small one and work ourselves up to that one. So smaller than this. That's nice. Pilot hole. Hueco de piloto. Get it close. Slide this little guy in. I've bought razor blades, like for your face from Amazon before and gotten exact same packaging, everything else, but then first time you shave with them, they feel like they've been used for like 2 months. And they're not used, they're just made shittily.
Me explico, con la calidad o detalle que tienen, el precio es bueno. I agree. Tony, en inglés suena como un sargento de...
The Marines. Oh, no. I don't sound that bad. I wouldn't make it in the Marines very far. For sure.
En español suena como si tuviera 25.
Es curioso. Yep. I sound younger in Spanish. Okay. No bueno. That is not centered at all-ish. It's so much easier dealing with plastic than white metal. White metal, you have to put so much force behind what you're doing that it becomes dangerous. Like, I was doing a couple of years ago, I was messing with die-cast cars for Gaslands. And taking them apart is probably the most dangerous hobby thing I've ever done. It is just, you have to put so much force behind it that one slip and you could hurt yourself. I didn't, but I was conscious of it all the time. And it was really stressful. And then you go work on plastic stuff, and it's like, man, this is like a breeze. Like a burr on the end of this. A serious professor. I would make a terrible professor. A superhero, a comic I sound like a comic superhero. Well, it'd be damn it, man. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's damn it, man. He flies sometimes, but then he crashes into things. Damn it! Okay. The blackness of it is done. Let's get the track stuff.
Yo soy de Ucrania y Rusas. Huh?
There's all kinds. I'm not in the market for that anymore. But I would agree with you if I was. Oh. Especially the ones on the internet. I don't know if they're like that in real life, but this is not the color that we need. We need this. Oh, we don't need that. We've got old one. We have old one. All right, here we go. Tracks ahoy. Oh, I'm not liking having to do this in between these two things. This is no fun. I could take this thing. Man. No. Oh, man. Did I just hit the jackpot? Don't tell me. Perfect. Nice. Dun, 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 dun. A lot easier to paint the freaking tracks like this. And these road wheels that are back here don't even show. Perfect. I guess when I put it back, I should glue it. There's no point spending too much time doing something that should be easy. And this falls in the category of should be easy. I never glued this thing down. It just came this way, so I don't know if it was even glued down. But that was a fortunate find. And there's lots of other vehicles that have kind of that enclosure like that. Matildas, that same way. Although I don't think the track is showing on the top of a Matilda. could be wrong, but I don't think it is. Okay, we got this. Let's go ahead and do the edges on this side. We're gonna need more quantity of here. So the thing that surprises me about the airbrush is that you can have a problem where the air comes out and the liquid does not, and you've cleaned it already, and there's something blocking it and you just can't see it. So it's just the smallest thing could block the flow. And it's not a big deal because it didn't happen to me until I was airbrushing for a while, but I was running the Vallejo primer through it, which is kind of a material that really shouldn't go through there very well. Ben Affleck, no match for me. I bet you're a better actor. Not saying a whole lot. I also wouldn't be a good actor. You want me to do what? F you. I'm not doing that. Have that thing going on the internet. What's the most famous person you've ever met in real life? For me, it would be Phil Barker. And not because he's the most famous person. He's just the most famous person I met. I don't really care to meet famous people. They're weird. They got all kinds of problems you never even thought of. I don't have anything in common with those people. Holly weird. I don't know why I'm painting this underneath part. It's not really visible, but I'm already riding on this horse. Okay, let's flip to the other side. You know, for such a big tank, it doesn't have a lot of stuff on it. And it doesn't have a lot of things to paint on it. It's just kind of a little anticlimactic. The size of it speaks for itself. Okay, did we do this? Okay, and do we have the equivalent done back here in case that shows? I don't think it would. That made it so much easier than try to paint through that gap.
Honestly, probably one of my college professors or one of PayPal's VPs, maybe. I've never met a celebrity or anyone with a massive following. Yeah.
Not a big deal. Famous people are weird. They're not real, you know. I don't like people that aren't real. You know, I'd like to think that if any of you ever met me in real life, it'd be the same thing that you're used to. It's too much work to be fake, you know. Maybe fake people don't like. Ooh, I see some brackets holding stuff in place. I thought this whole thing was going to be this track color, but it isn't. Maybe people that are that way just they don't like who they are, so they have to pretend to be someone else. But I am who I is, and I've been that person for a long time. And I don't like fake people. Okay, a little bit of track there. Oh, we got to do the ends.
Hay chicas en la playa ahora en Miami. Yes. Mandé una expedición de desembarco y conquistaré la playa yo solo.
Why? They have that in Spain. In Spain. Okay, there's that one. Let's do the equivalent side on the other one. Do, do, do. I don't know. It's too cold for the beach for me. I love cold weather, but not if I'm wet. We have those springs here that I think year round they're 72 degrees or 68. One of the two. Way too cold. I think 80 degrees is still too cold for water to be swimming in. Now, don't get me wrong. I wish it was 20 degrees outside. You know, Fahrenheit. No problem with it. But I'm also not jumping in a freaking pool in it. You know, there's a difference. I don't take cold showers. Like that thing where people jump into the snow and stuff, like get down to their in a bathing suit and jump in the snow. F that. That's no.
No, chicas, y ustedes dejo jamón serrano
Y paella.
y un retrato del rey de España.
So I went to a restaurant. The restaurant that I went in New York. They had a little. It was weird. It was like a market that was like a restaurant. It almost looked like something that they'd have like an Epcot or something like that. It almost looked like a Spanish Epcot pavilion or something. But anyway, it was like a little village like thing, but it was like a market. But you could eat there. They had like a little bar and everything, and they had paella. Now I don't know why it occurred to me to ask what's in the paella because I understand that places from other countries eat things that I'm not going to put in my mouth because I don't need to, right? And everybody's had paella, or most people have had paella. And I decided to ask them, what's in the paella? And they said, the normal stuff. And they said, what's the word for it in Spanish? Conejo. And I'm like, what? What kind of paella would have freaking rabbit in it? I'm like, I'm not eating rabbit. I'm just not going to. I don't need to eat meat bad enough to eat a rabbit. I don't care what it tastes like. Just the idea of it, I'm like, I'm not eating that. Too cute. But then again, I'll eat octopus, and octopus is octopus. It's octopuses, isn't it? Are really cute. Y chorizo. I like chorizo. Yeah, chorizo's good. As long as it's not Mexican chorizo. Mexican chorizo you can have. It tastes like irony. Tastes rusty. But Spanish chorizo is good. I don't want to know how they make it. I do not. I'll skip that class. Thank you. But it is very good. Yeah, I'm not eating rabbit. Why? Why should I eat everything else? Leave me alone. Octopi. You gotta admit, octopuses is much better.
Si lo comes, te pasas el día eructando. Es desagradable. ¿Qué es desagradable? El conejo.
Oh, hold on a second. All right, we're going to Pupa la gallega. The Ukrainians. Ukrainians don't. I don't want to get into that. Anyhow, the tracks are done. So at this point, we got to do dry brushing, but I'm going to have to sign off. We've been on here. Jesus Christ. 5 hours. Excellent. Well, thanks, folks, for hanging in there. If you're not already subscribed to this channel, please subscribe to it. It costs nothing, and it just basically means that when I go online, you'll get notified, and we can hang out again. So, and maybe I'll show you something cool. Look at this. This just pops right back into place. I don't think I'm going to glue this. I don't think I'm going to glue this. Man, that saved me so much time being able to paint around that. And let's put all the turrets on here. How about we do that? How about we put all the turrets on here and see what this Joker looks like? Of course, I did not enlarge the turret holes, so they're going to be very stiff. Pleasantly surprised for waking up. Yeah, well, if you can't dream about me, at least I can give you a wake-up call. Big ones go on this side. Oh, we're gonna have to enlarge all these. All right, make these guys bigamous. But we finished 6 vehicles, 7 actually. We got the martyr is done as well. If you can't dream about me, I might as well be the first thing you see when you wake up. Oh man. So this is what it looks like without weathering. So it looks kind of drab, but they were kind of drab. So anyhow, and just to think, this is smaller than it really is supposed to be. Yeah, that thing would normally, just masivo. So anyhow, until next time, thanks for hanging out with me, folks. Enjoy your Sunday, and we'll catch you guys on the next